Man, I love America. Every time I travel, I appreciate America a little bit more. Hmm. Hello. I got sick in Europe. My niece made me sick. I'm still recovering. It's always the kids. Little germy goblins. But I am on the mend. It was worse a few days ago. So what has been the news in the world? I saw Trump playing 5D chess, distracting everyone with his trolling while he fucks Iran in the ass with the whole energy trade route shit. What else has been happening though? Anything else new that I missed? Oh, man. Trump selling off the Pope. I think that's also part of the distraction. You know, anything to flood the news outlets so that Iran doesn't hear about his plans or something, or no one else does. I don't know. Jesus, Trump. Yeah, that was a crazy image. I don't know how it's actually reality. That's the scary part, is that this isn't like a sequel to the Idiocracy movie, and that this is actually the society we live in now. Amazing, amazing. Ugh. I don't know. Was it Epstein he was healing? Who knows? Was that a demon in the sky? Or was it a transformer? Nobody knows. I don't know. I have so many questions. Anyways. It's a Decepticon. Trump was a Decepticon the whole time. Makes sense. I haven't seen Melania talking about Epstein. I have not watched that much news. Trump saying gas prices are $2. I haven't seen it, but maybe in some bumfuck town in the middle of Alabama or something. I don't know. I wonder if this food is still good or if I need to zap it in the microwave. Let's see. Let's see. It's okay. It's decent. But I mean, if, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. If it is another theory that I have for the thing in the sky, if it's not a demon, maybe it's an alien, and maybe Disclosure Day is upon us very soon. Because I find it interesting that he went out of his way to edit the soldier, or someone went out of their way, edit the soldier into the thingy with little pointy things on his head. I don't know. Demonic transformer thing. That is very interesting to me. Went around the moon over the weekend. Oh yeah, I haven't followed the Artemis travels. Man, I've missed so much. So much has happened in a month. While I've been in Europe. Ugh. I saw this video. I don't know if it's any good. Bob Lazar tells me everything in new interview debriefed. I don't know if that's going to be interesting or not. I'm not sure. Hit or miss, maybe. We might try it. I don't know. If anyone has any recommendations, put them in Discord. In the media share section. Yes. Hello. What?
No, I said, what's up?
I'm gonna start a stream. What's up with you?
Just doing normal shit.
Hmm.
Waiting for my phone to charge up so I can use it to make a few calls. Ah.
Okay, let me see if I can find a Spark Notes version on the whole Artemis thing. Artemis summary. Can I have a recap? Or recap, maybe that's a better word. Recap. Three-minute summary.
Canada,
Great.
I am thinking of you, and I am hoping that all of you see your greatness reflected in this journey.
The
This
fuck
is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
Some
Three,
spiritual AI
two,
vomit.
1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon.
From inside the Orion capsule, nicknamed Integrity. First words that all's good.
Okay, hold on, I missed it.
Hoping
I was
that
adjusting
all
my
of
layout.
you see your greatness reflected in this journey.
You know what this looks like?
I am hoping that all of you see your greatness reflected
This looks like the fucking F1 barricades in Vegas that they have up so you can't watch the race.
in
That's what
this
that looks
journey.
like to me.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff.
Why do we get
The
why do we get shitty version or like footage of this part? I want a GoPro strapped to the rocket. Why haven't we figured that out yet? Or like some kind of camera. I want the rocket POV, like from the bottom of it, taking off into the Earth. Wait, how come we haven't been able to engineer that yet?
1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon.
From inside the Orion capsule, nicknamed Integrity.
Why does this footage
First
look so
words
low
that
quality in
all's good in
2026?
Earth's orbit.
Welcome on board.
What is this fucking like Nokia phone footage from early 2000s quality dog shit? What is this?
Currently, the crew is more than 100,000 miles from the Earth.
You can see the entire globe from pole to pole. You can see Africa, Europe. If you looked really close, you could see the northern lights. I really like it up here. Africa, Europe. If you looked really close, you could see the northern lights. I really like it up here.
Why don't we have video footage of this though? Why is it always a fucking shitty ass picture that doesn't move unless it's a 3D rendering? Why don't we have actual video footage?
I wish I could have got here sooner.
Artemis 2 is
Why is
entering
it
the
only
moon's
video footage inside the... I want to see, like, look out a window and film it on your phone.
gravitational sphere of influence as it prepares for its most ambitious feat yet, to travel around the far side of the moon on Monday.
As we prepare to go out of radio communication, we're still to feel your love from Earth. And to all of you, we love you from the moon.
Houston, Integrity, comm check.
Integrity, we have...
You're telling me, of all the shots they could have taken, they choose blurry pictures? You're going to publish this to the world, and you send them the blurry one?
You loud and clear.
We had to take a moment to honor that time, going behind the moon and out of touch with Earth.
Professionals,
and that was
by
a
the way.
very surreal moment for this group.
What the fuck is this? I don't care about your shitty 3D glasses. I mean, I feel like I need them, though, with the resolution of this dog shit. Looks like it should be in red and blue. Fucking
That's when
stupid.
the crew made an emotional
Jeez.
request to name a new crater spotted on the moon after a part of their astronaut family no longer with them.
We lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. And we would like to call it Carol.
On board Orion, there were tears and hugs.
Integrity, this is the
Can we get good
International
video footage,
Space
though?
Station. How do
Why
you
is it
do
always a still?
Spoke to your Prime Minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you.
I'm not proud.
A lot of Canadians just
I'm
want
disappointed in
one
this
point
dog
of
shit quality.
reassurance that the preference is for maple syrup over Nutella on your pancakes in the morning.
Absolutely, sir.
What the fuck?
We still
Who
have to ensure
asked?
that Reed, Victor, Christina, and
When did this
Jeremy
become
returned
about
home
breakfast?
safely on
I thought this
Friday
was
evening,
about
so
the
we're pretty
fucking
focused
space.
on that.
So we are in good shape here for entry and splashdown as Artemis enters the Earth's atmosphere.
This is like the most
Your
disappointing
trajectory
3-minute
is nominal,
video
and your
I could
recovery
imagine.
teams have visual.
Use integrity. Splashdown. Sending post-landing command now.
If these were the highlights that could fit
Waiting
into
on
3
DLDR.
minutes, I'd hate to watch the
Splashdown
whole
confirmed
thing.
at 7:07 p.m. Central Time. You can hear it. Jubilation here in the flight control room.
These 4 astronauts who just made history as the first crew to return to the moon since 1972.
Okay, where was the footage of them on the moon? Did they actually get out on it, or they just do a drive-by? What? Why would you go and not get out? What is the point? They just did a drive-by to make sure that the production of the fake gray bodies the demons inhabit are still going on up there in the little gray man factories, I guess. They're just dropping off some child sacrifices to the grays. That's all. And then they left. That's why they wouldn't show you the whole ship, because they were covering it up with their stupid selfie and the kids behind them, probably. Typical. Oh, fucking bullshit. Okay, what is it, Bob?
Well, there's several, actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs that are out there of extraterrestrial origin.
People, always said, well, how did you feel? How did you feel when you first looked at the craft? And it's not excitement. It's an ominous feeling. It's just we're so used to something else. Mm-hmm. It's like, people say, well, that must have been so cool. No, it was not cool at all. It's like I actually wanted to go back out. It's a really creepy feeling in there. Galileo was the project I was involved in that dealt with the power and propulsion system of the craft. This is where they talked about reverse engineering.
I still believe the Earth is flat. I've never believed the Earth is flat, okay? I only entertain conspiracy theories for entertainment purposes. I don't actually believe any of them.
Extraterrestrial.
Especially the flat Earth one.
This is when I really realized, okay, we are reverse engineering something that some other entities made. This is where it became real for me. And if they have a machine that is producing its own gravitational field, they really want to know how to make more of those.
Do you ever wish you could forget what you saw?
Oh, no, not at all. No, I want to see it again. I want to know more about everything there.
If you could ask somebody who worked at S4 right now, right? If you could talk to them right now, what's something you'd ask?
What did you find out? Where did we go from there? I mean, tell me anything.
Yeah.
Tell me, how was the power generated? How did the components communicate to each other? What range did they work at? Just tell me anything. Fill in any blank at all. It's like having a crossword puzzle with nothing in it. Just please put a letter anywhere and I'd be happy. he rotates the emitter further than he did before, and a little black dot, a little ball forms there. And as I walked out under the craft,
What are we talking
I
about?
couldn't see the craft.
I need context.
As I got
I
closer
missed
to it,
something?
the craft just turned into sky. What I was seeing was the light bending around the craft. Imagine if you could control that, right? You could do, I mean, what you could do.
If you could have taken one small item from the hangar with you.
This
what
doesn't
would it
feel
be?
like an interview.
From
Is
the
this just
hangar.
like an overview of
Or from the
stuff
lab.
on the interview or something? Oh, this is a very long intro.
It's kind of a trick question there.
You
Boy,
look kinda
I
like
just
Mr.
don't want to get
Rogers.
into that.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Yep.
I mean, actually, to answer the question, I may have already done that.
Do you like the sound of your own voice?
Oh, here
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't really like it, but I have to deal with it.
Yeah, no one does. Well, especially after doing this documentary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you ever get sick of watching yourself on video? And
I can't tolerate myself on video. It's just like listening to your voice. It's anytime I look at myself, I'm disappointed. I mean, I never meet my own specifications. If I look at a sketch I made, I mean, oh my God, how embarrassing. So
yeah,
I don't know. I don't live up to my own specs.
I think everybody's their own worst critic. I've had to overcome that in the decade-long, incessantly filming and hearing myself and then editing myself on top of that. It's enough to make you never want to do it again. But I gotta climb that hurdle every single time.
Yeah.
So we're in this together.
Oh shit! Ace Turismo sub for 76 months. Thank you.
All right,
a long time.
Bob Lazar. Welcome,
Yes.
welcome to the skiff.
Yeah,
Makes
thank
me
you.
feel
Thank you.
old.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, good to have you here. Thanks for doing this. I really appreciate it. I know that these interviews, I know that you rarely do them, and not because you're being evasive, but because you feel like you've told your story.
Yeah, I really have. It's I thought initially I did one story and then I made a videotape and thought that would be it. And if anybody wanted to know the story, they could just play the tape.
Yeah.
But people had other questions, other things happen, and so I do it. I don't really like doing any public appearances, but once in a while I stick my head above.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, and I'm sure everybody watching, or most people watching, appreciate it. This undertaking of doing this project with Luigi, this Project Gravator or S4, the Bob Lazar story. I mean, this has been something you've been doing for almost 3 years.
Yeah, it was after doing Jeremy Corbell's film, I really thought that would be the end. And I had really no interest in doing
I'm
anything.
going to skip ahead
And-
because you're probably not going to talk about
That's
anything interesting for a
amazing.
while.
And
That's
when
typically how these
Wires
go.
coming out of it.
corners or round corners, but everything in the craft didn't. It was all the same material, all the same sheen, all the same radius of curvature on everything. It's really a weird environment. And even the way light plays itself.
Wait, which
is
craft are
the
you
same. All the
talking about?
we
Hold on,
make
back
like
up.
thing that there's
I mean, it's really impressed by it somewhere.
Right.
And the fact that this is like hidden versus coming out of it, pristine technology. And
so now Gene Hub going because that's exactly how I felt.
That's gone. The first time, the VR version. Where
Oh, that's really cool.
And and I mean, the one thing that struck me putting this on for the first time, and
VR head?
for someone who's been
thought we
following
were
your
talking
story,
about, like,
your
being
journey,
there.
and really trying to dig into this and try to make connections and figure out what's going on with this project right now. Putting this mask on and being in that place, to me, I thought I was excited at first.
When or how I give it to Autumn.
What?
I'm gonna give this to you.
Oh. Okay. Thank you.
And then an overwhelming sense of
I will.
dread.
See, that's amazing because that's exactly how I felt. And for him to be
I don't. This is boring.
It's
It's an interesting part.
Of this
You're
craft
telling
doesn't
us
help.
all.
I mean, it also
No, nothing. I mean, it has no human marks on it. There's nothing is superfluous. There's nothing extra on the craft. Not a line, not a bump. There's nothing stylized. Everything there has a specific function.
Yeah.
And There's really nothing that we make like that. And also, everything has different shapes in our world. Everything has sharp corners or round corners, but everything in the craft didn't. It was all the same material, all the same sheen, all the same radius of curvature on everything. It's really a weird environment. And even the way light plays itself inside there. I was talking to Luigi about this, when he was trying to get the craft to work, because he has it working in an actual physical environment. And we can put in spotlights. And in the one time I was inside the craft, they had the little tripod halogen lights set up inside. So there were some other guys working, and we came in to see the placement of the reactor. And the lights were on full brightness, and they didn't light up the inside. They lit up where they were shining, but it doesn't refract anywhere. It really, it doesn't. You can have a light shining straight at a wall here and coming back trying to work here, and you're working in the dark, and it's just a really weird environment. But the fact is, that happened in Luigi's simulation, which again really impressed me, because I said, apparently you really got it, because it's not the material, apparently it's the angles.
Yeah, and I mean, not only that, it for a lot of people out there, I think it validates what you're saying at the same time, because to say something like that prior to making it, it almost doesn't make sense.
Oh, right.
Right? So when you say, oh, we put the lights in the craft, these halogen lights, but it didn't get brighter, it stayed dark, you think, well, I mean, just turn the brightness up on the lights,
yeah,
right?
That's nonsense. Yeah, but Luigi, I think he said he turned it up to 600%, and it still didn't get brighter, and I said, that's exactly it.
Yeah,
that's exactly
how
strange.
How it was, yeah. And that's partially because, I guess, the non-reflective sort of matte metal almost that was absorbent, I guess, light absorbent.
Yeah, but it wasn't that absorbent. It wasn't, what do they call it, Vanta Black or anything like that to suck light in. No, I mean, it was a pewter color. It should, but that's how it works.
Just
inside.
Non-reflective, really.
Yeah. I mean, the whole craft is just kind of an enigma.
So let's go back into this project. I want to talk a little bit about meeting Edward Teller initially, and what that was like for you as a young man.
Said it's.
I don't care.
There were jets with the red
Show
stripe.
me something interesting.
Anyway,
you were in room, I guess, or some type of compartment where they hold you until the bus comes.
Well, no. And Pete,
do you remember?
Yeah, I do. He explains to you. It's like
this
that.
This is nothing. This is a nothing video. I'm declaring this video dog shit. Not gonna waste my time. All right. Why NASA's plan after Artemis II, a scientist terrified. What is their fucking plan? To upgrade from the Nokia to the Razor? They typically do. So many moths in here today. Oh, I gotta see what this clusterfuck is.
Now to that extraordinary.
I naturally watch the news segment on this part.
That the President of the United States is now taking his fight to, taking on the Pope. And Pope Leo is responding, a statement that no Pope has ever made before, or quite frankly, ever has had to make before. The Pope saying this morning that he has, quote, no fear of the Trump administration after President Trump went after him, as if Pope Leo were just any other politician, saying the pontiff was, quote, weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. Here is Pope Leo's message.
The message of the church, my message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. I do not look at my role as being a politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel
Why not?
is meant to be abused in the way that
I need entertainment.
And I will continue to speak out loud against war.
CNN's Elena Treen is at the White House for us.
They should have a boxing
This is quite a way
match.
to start a Monday, Elena.
Or at least a golf
A
tournament.
remarkable statement and comments you're hearing from Pope Leo XIV this morning, and they come, Kate, in response to the president issuing sharp criticisms against the first American pope. He had called the Bishop of Rome, quote, weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy,
wanna
while
see the
also
Pope throw
claiming
down.
that Pope Leo would not have been selected if it was not for the president himself. Now, we later saw Trump double down on comments in person while speaking with reporters last night before posting an AI-generated image of himself that essentially portrayed him looking as if he were Christ the healer. But I do want you to take a listen to what we heard the president say last night.
He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
I'm not a fan of Pope Leo. Look, just to give you a little context here, we had
Look,
heard...
I'm not a fan of Trump. But man, does he make the news entertaining? Fucking clown world.
The Pope weigh in. I think initially he was, trying to refrain from criticizing the president or the Trump administration directly, but we have seen him become far more vocal when criticizing the U.S. war with Iran. Last week he condemned the president's rhetoric, specifically after we saw President Trump issue that threat that a whole civilization would die tonight. Now, I want to give you a little context as well. It's very interesting, and what I'm going to be watching for is what the 53 million Americans who are Catholic, who identify as Catholic, I would also say, put that in another number that's known as 20% of the voting public. Remains to be seen what their reaction to this will be. Same with, I would note, among those, 53 million Americans, that includes the First Lady Melania Trump, the Vice President J.D. Vance, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, all of them as well identifying as Catholic. So just a remarkable, I think, war of words that we're seeing between the president and now having Pope Leo the 14th respond this morning.
After the president criticized the Pope,
I feel bad that the Pope has to even waste his time. He's a very busy man. Okay, when I went to the Vatican, they were describing Pope Leo's schedule. The guy only gets like one day really to do whatever he wants a week. On Monday, they said he goes a little bit away from Rome to look at his crazy telescope. He's into astronomy, and they have like a better telescope than anyone else in the world. And then he's got to come back on Tuesday because he's got mass on Wednesday, and then he's got to look over a bunch of shit, and he's got another service on Sunday, and it's like he only gets one day, man. Poor guy. That sucks. Whereas Trump just gets to fucking meme all day on Truth Social.
Anti-war stance and said he did not like him. The Pope this
He's
morning
got
said he's
plenty of
not
time.
afraid of the Trump administration. And then reportedly, when
He's
asked about a
playing
Truth
with
Social
AI.
post, he pushed back saying,
He's
quote, it's ironic.
very leisurely.
The name of the site itself. Say no more.
It's probably hell.
Let's get to CNN Vatican correspondent Christopher Lamb, who is traveling
know
with the Pope. You were in Algeria.
From the
You were
amount of trolling
on
he
that
does.
plane where those extraordinary comments were made. What did you hear?
Well, John, there was extraordinary and very strong comments from Pope Leo. Of course, I was among a group of journalists who travelled with the Pope to Algeria. He came to the back of the plane as his custom, and he was asked about Trump's Truth Social post, that extraordinary broadside against Pope Leo, and he had really a consistent message that was, I'm not a politician, I don't want to get into a back and forth, but I'm going to continue to speak out. And he said, blessed are the peacemakers. Here is some more of what Leo had to say on board the plane.
I have no fear of the Trump administration, nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe. I am called to know what the church is called to do. We're not politicians. We're not going to make foreign policies.
The audio is so shit.
You might understand it. But I do believe that the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers, is the message of the Lord. Thank you very much for clarifying.
Well, John, Pope Leo has in recent days been much more outspoken about the war in the Middle East and in Iran in particular. And as Pope, he is something of a counterweight diplomatically, spiritually to President Trump. Of course, Leo is the first American Pope, and he was addressing some of us reporters today in English. His words are clearly cutting through to that Pope Leo is unperturbed, unafraid, and continuing to speak out for peace as he has as he arrived here in Algiers for the first part of a 4-country tour of Africa. John.
So, Christopher, with Pope Francis before him, Pope Leo's predecessor, occasionally you would have the president and the Pope speaking past each other with vague, veiled references. I don't know if it's because English is the first language for Pope Leo. this seemed to be a much more of a direct response to the president's words than I feel like I have heard before here. Is there a reason for that? And what more do we expect from Pope Leo on this trip to Africa?
Well, I think it is partly to do with the fact that Leo is an American and he has English as a mother tongue. And, you know, I spoke to Leo, asked him a question just before Easter about a message he had for President Trump. And Leo said to me he hopes President Trump finds an off-ramp to end the war in Iran. You know, I think what we're seeing here is a clash between a pope who wants to communicate this message
What
of
does the
peace,
Pope
of
do in
bridge
Africa?
building, of trying to build relations between faiths, between Christians and Muslims. He's here in Algeria, in a predominantly Muslim country. And so I think the stark contrast between the first American Pope and the US President at this time couldn't be stronger. And of course, it was viewed for decades that it was impossible for the cardinals to elect an American Pope. Why did they change that? Well, partly because of the election of President Trump. And that is part, I think, of some of the conflict and back and forth that we've seen today.
Joining me now to discuss, Christopher Hill, the publisher.
A lot of Christians in Africa. Yeah, but they have churches. Missionary work? Like what? Taking more artifacts from Egypt and smuggling it to the Vatican, or
of the Letters from Leo Substack. Thanks so much for being here. As the story honestly is continuing from overnight, can we talk about what you just heard from Pope Leo just there, where he said some things I expect to hear, blessed are the peacemakers, but I also heard him say that he doesn't believe he is political. Is that fair given how he's been talking?
Yeah, I think that what he always has been very clear on is, if you look in the gospel, Jesus tells us that the God's domain stretches everywhere. And so he's only touching politics where it touches core gospel values. And the core gospel value that touches here is peace. Jesus Christ, the risen from the dead, his first words to his apostles are, "Peace be with you." Pope Leo XIV, those were his first words to the faithful. It's the core of his identity, is to be a messenger of peace. He sees this war as unjust, unprovoked, immoral, illegal. So this is why he's speaking out. He's speaking in a language that Donald Trump clearly doesn't.
You're telling me that the religion that led the Crusades is speaking out now against war? We've come so far.
Understand, but any Catholic, any Christian understands why this Pope is speaking so clearly on this issue.
Now, you're saying any Christian, but there is a Christian right now who is Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and here is how he has been talking about the war and strikes against Iran in the last couple of weeks. I want you to respond on the other side of this.
Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle.
Pour out your wrath upon those who plot vain things and blow them away like chaff before the wind. Give them wisdom in every decision, endurance for the trial ahead, unbreakable unity, and overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy.
May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight.
Can you talk a little bit about this? I know Hegseth is a follower of Doug Wilson, who's an evangelical pastor who believes, among other things, about repealing women's right to vote. But can you talk about this, how he's been approaching it in language and tone?
I think that Pete Hegseth's gospel or Bible ends in the Old Testament. He never seems to invoke the New Testament, the message of peace, the message of Jesus. And I think that what's remarkable is you talk about Doug Wilson. You're right. There is an evangelical versus Catholic divide on how to approach a lot of these issues. Doug Wilson, who was invited to speak at the Pentagon on February 14th, has a very low view of Catholicism. He said just last month that he would want to ban public expressions of the Catholic faith in American life. And so it's remarkable to me that this man is leading our troops, that he has these advisors close to him that are so clearly anti-Catholic. We know on Good Friday, for the first time in at least 40 years, there was no Catholic service for Pentagon workers on Good Friday. So it seems that the Catholic Church...
You think that's crazy? It just gets better and better.
So today is a very special day. It's a day where we celebrate Jesus. It's a day where we celebrate religion. But I just want to say we have a great military. We're the greatest military, the most powerful military any place in the world. You saw what happened with Venezuela. It's an honor. I built it in my first term, and I didn't know I was going to be using it this much in my second term, but it's my honor, and they're the greatest people on earth. Our warriors are the greatest fighters on earth. And what about the rescue that took place yesterday? What about that? That's something that you rarely see, you know. They were giving me a briefing about that. And they said normally when you're in very hostile territory, and I don't think it gets much more hostile than Iran, they're capable fighters. They're very tough people.
I can't take this seriously. The rabbit is killing me.
But that enemy is strong. Not so strong like they were about a month ago. I can tell you, in fact, right now they're not too strong at all, in my opinion. But we're soon going to find out, aren't we?
Not so peaceful now, are they?
The Old Testament is...
Oh, God.
Once again, is being marginalized in this administration, and I would argue being attacked in this administration.
Now, I know you're among the progressive voices in this church, and it's an interesting moment when I look at those cardinals who were on 60 Minutes last night, talking about what they see as the role of the church. And here is where they were commenting even on the social media feeds, right, coming out of the Pentagon, describing it as a kind of gamification of war.
We're dehumanizing the victims of war by turning the suffering of people and the killing of children and our own soldiers into entertainment.
You called it sickening.
It is sickening to splice together movie cuts with actual bombing and targeting of people for the purposes of entertainment is sickening. This is not who we are. We're better than this.
How is the first American Pope changing the American Catholic Church?
I think it's remarkable. He's saying similar things to Francis, but Francis was oftentimes marginalized by more conservative voices in the episcopacy of the bishops in the United States, which basically the idea was he's from Argentina. He doesn't understand us. He's from a different world. He doesn't understand the American people. You cannot make the same argument for a man born in suburban Chicago. And so I think what's happened is that there's been a shift among the episcopacy in the United States under Leo XIV. They realized that Leo's not going anywhere. He understands the United States. He has his priorities, and he expects the bishops to carry that message forward. One final note. It takes a long time to get your people in place. Francis was Pope for 12 years. During the first Trump administration, we didn't hear as much pushback because his people were not yet in place. These are Francis bishops. These are Leo bishops who now are in the highest echelons of the Church of the United States, and that's changing everything.
I just saw a comment. Even a real mafia boss
Now to
wouldn't
that
be dumb enough
extraordinary-
to attack the Pope. What do you mean? The mafia basically is like the mafia is Catholic. The fuck? What do you What? To be honest, the whole setup of the Vatican is kind of just like the modern mafia at this point. It's kind of like a hybridized version. They own so much real estate of Rome. It's crazy. Anyways. What else did I miss?
Now let's go live outside the White House to CBS News senior White House.
Oh, he deleted
correspondent,
the
Pooja.
image? That's hilarious.
Pooja, we are following what may just as well be breaking news here because the president just deleted a Truth Social post with an AI photo of him as Jesus Christ. What more can you tell us about this backlash
Stupid.
the president faced from that post?
Well, after the president
God,
posted this, there was a flood of criticism from his very loyal supporters, from conservative influencers, that made clear that this was just going too far, and they were calling on him to take
See, what the fuck is this thing up here? The original image was just soldiers in the sky, and now it's... What is this supposed to be? What? What the fuck?
down, which happened, but we have not heard from the White House yet. We specifically asked if this was deleted and asked for more details about the context of what the president meant when he posted it, because there was no words, no caption to go along with it. We want to know who originally posted it and why it was taken down. Now, you may remember that the last time President Trump posted something that really started a huge controversy was a video depicting the Obamas in a very negative way. And the president ultimately said that he wasn't the one who posted it. He said that it was a staffer who did it. I remember asking the president if that staffer was fired, and he said no. But we don't know the situation in this case. What we do know is that picture is no longer on his Truth Social account.
Okay. And I want to talk to you about Iran. How is President Trump responding to not getting a deal done over the weekend? Does he believe this move to block the Strait of Hormuz will actually force them back to the table?
Well, certainly that is.
They're not going to show his response. It was fucking funny. Let's see. Is it on? Someone has to have it.
And you know, the amazing thing is, we don't, can you believe this? We don't use the strait. We don't need the strait. We have our own oil and gas, much more than we need. We have more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. We produce more. Saudi Arabia and add Russia to it. Substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount.
Okay. Go to the actual one. The live one is not useful to me. Let me see.
President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as the doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So
Of course, it's fake
I just
news.
heard about
It's
it.
not me
And I
as
said,
Jesus.
how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor, making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better. As an example, the 11,000, I understand your husband's going through treatment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's
He
going
has
through some
cancer.
very serious cancer treatment, so
Yes, sir.
this goes a long way.
Yes, sir. It sure does.
What?
Support
What goes a
journalism
long
and
way?
Trust. Support PBS
How
News.
are you making cancer better? I don't understand. This makes no sense. I don't even know. I don't know what's happening. Doesn't make sense. Wow. Okay. What's new with the reptilian agenda? Do we have any news while I've been gone? No? No news? Nothing new? Okay, well. How is disclosure happening? Any more hearings?
Congressman claims if Americans saw alien reports he was shown, this country would have come unglued. You'd be up all night, he says. Tim Burchett, right?
I believe
That he was to have come unglued, which is so scary, and people would be unable to sleep if they knew.
I think that's true.
Burchett did not provide specific details about what he was shown in the briefings. He stated he has been briefed by multiple government agencies, alphabet agencies, on an unexplained phenomenon. So the congressman has long advocated for full government disclosure on UFOs and extraterrestrial activity. He suggested secrecy persists partly because individuals involved in such knowledge have allegedly disappeared or died. Burchett says he urged Donald Trump to release all UFO-related information to the public. His comments come amid ongoing congressional interest and bipartisan efforts to investigate and disclose information about UFOs and UAPs.
Unidentified aerial phenomena.
So the funny thing is, so we were talking about this before the show, and AI these days,
yeah,
it'll get you, okay? I have this video, I was like, you guys have to see.
You guys have ever wondered why they waited until AI was able to be used by the public and vastly accepted as a commonplace thing on the internet before they decided they were going to disclose stuff? I wonder why. I wonder why. Couldn't possibly be to just, you know, spread misinformation and have benefit of the doubt when it suits them.
This video.
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure this is a real UFO caught on Ring camera, and everybody just giggled at me because
it was pretty compelling. It showed this rotating object caught on a Ring camera that was brightly lit.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's like
what's real? What's not?
Yeah, you can't even tell what's real and what's not. This footage we're looking at right now is the most compelling thing I've ever witnessed with my own eyes, because this is like legit from the Department of Defense. Remember, there were a couple of the pilots that were interviewed about these. They saw them when they were up there, and these objects were moving in ways that, you know, no known aircraft
could do. But the images are also like super grainy and also very dark. So like with technology these days, can we get a better shot of what's going on up there in the sky?
So what? I know, exactly. Like, there's not one unsurveilled angle anymore. And yeah, it's just, it continues to be the mystery.
They're only releasing these because they are the shit quality.
I do find it, you know,
how do you feel about that?
Listen, I am completely open to this idea.
I feel like it would be impossible for there not to be.
Exactly. Mathematically. You use your logic.
Yeah, how big the universe is.
Exactly.
The galaxy.
But our producer made the following point, which I believe is true too, that we're probably safe because if they have this kind of technology and they haven't destroyed us yet, they probably would have by now.
But maybe they will still. Maybe they're just playing.
Maybe they're just watching our behavior.
I hope not. I hope we come in peace.
Oh my gosh. Look at you now. I'm happy to be home. Is it a requirement people to actually believe in all conspiracy? No. I think most people don't believe in all conspiracy. I think most people like to entertain the ones that even like conspiracy theories at all. I think they just like to entertain the possibilities, and the fact that no one knows makes it exciting. Because if everyone knew, it wouldn't be exciting. It'd probably just be depressing. The truth is probably not nearly as fantastical as some of the theories out there, in like a fun way at least. Imagine it's much more dark and depressing. I have to do my Hellcase sponsorship. I might as well get it out of the way while I have energy. Don't get too tired. Okay. Let me put on. I need a little bit faster than that. Okay. Let me Go to my giveaway, run that from last time. It looks like Ramp Pound won. Congrats! I'm going to make a new giveaway. Wait, what was that one called? 18, alright. So this one's got to be... custom link, I think. Add a prize. Let's do a knife this time. Okay. Put my Twitch link on here. Do 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 do. Bloop. How come it's not letting me choose my... Oh, here we go. There we go. Visit the link and then view the Twitch channel. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna put the link in here now. Did it create it? Internal error? What? You bitch! Let me tell them that it's not letting me. Oh well. Maybe it'll work later. We'll try it at the end. Okay. Let me set my timer. I like some more UFO news. Yes. Please. Bunny business event. Oh. Okay. Where are my favorite ones? Weird. Wonder if it reset or something. I haven't been on in a long time. Okay, well. Here we go. I haven't been on so long. It's been like a month. Ugh. Let's see. Here we go. Ew. Will I get the upgrade? Yay! Well, it's about break even then. I'm doing okay. Happy to be back from Europe. I missed America's highway system. Europe, it takes like 30 minutes to go 4 miles. It's ridiculous. It's so stupid. Where in Europe? Went to Rome, Paris, Denmark, London. Got to visit the Henge. And went to Switzerland. And I went to Milan. And I went to Pompeii. Woo! Got the upgrade. Yeah, Stonehenge was cool. I felt the magnetic vibration of like the line in the ground. In my fingies. Felt it in my fingies. Stonehenge is really cool. Did I go to any more ancient alien sites? Well, I went to the Colosseum, and I went to the Vatican, if those count. I got to go in the Colosseum. It was cool. Sometimes they're renovating and don't let you, but this time we got to. I did see St. Peter's Basilica. It was okay. I liked Stonehenge better. The Vatican's too much walking, honestly. Way too much walking. You got to feel the force at Stonehenge. No, I didn't see the Pope. No Pope sightings. Got to go to Disneyland Paris though and see their new Frozen land the day it opened. That was cool. Let me see. They did a really good job on it. It's beautiful. Went to Legoland. It was okay. Kids had fun. I wish it had better rides though. I like Disneyland better. Not my kids, my nephews and niece. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Bleh. Haven't got anything good yet, really. Not like getting banger hits. It's just been kind of meh. A meh run so far. I'll try a different case. We did go on the Ratatouille ride. They have it at Epcot too, though, in Disney World, America. The Disneyland Paris new Frozen ride is also like the Epcot one, but it's got like a little bit of an extension, and it's got like a drop, kind of like a Pirates of the Caribbean boat ride drop, but longer, faster. It's fun though. The ride broke down, so we had to wait like an hour. We had a VIP person, so that's the only reason why we even got to ride at all, because the line was forever, and then they kept evacuating the line pretty much every time the ride would break down. And so people were just waiting for hours to get in. So we got there, and as soon as we got there, the ride broke down, like, because we went in the back way, and so we're just waiting like at the front of the queue for like an hour. Waiting for the ride to get back up, but they finally got it working. We almost gave up. I'll keep that one. Star Wars Ride Disneyland's always broken. It really is. I think like at least 2 or 3 of like the 5 times I've been there, it's been broken. It's not good odds. It's pretty shit. Paris have Tron stuff. No. No Tron rides. No, the Tron stuff is in Disney World, not even Japan, to my knowledge. Unless they added it recently. Florida. What makes people cry when they move to the States? You mean like happiness or sadness? If you mean happiness, probably the highways. What's so special about the United States? Having been to South America and I guess the best Europe has to offer or whatever, I would say it's similar to like the best Europe service industry, where it's like, you know, the hotels are really nice and stuff, but I would say the difference in America is that you can see a lot of different places much faster if you're driving. Now, you might have to fly to different states, but like to get from A to B in one city doesn't take as long. So I feel like you could see more stuff. Not that there's that much to see depending on the city. It's not like it's historically like cultural sites, you know, you can't go, it's not going to be like, I'm going to go to see the Vatican and the Colosseum and all these things. It's not that much to see in each city, but just the travel in between where you're trying to go is much faster. I'd say that's the biggest difference that I enjoy. I can go 4 miles in 5 minutes versus in Europe or South America, I want to go 4 miles, it takes me like 30 minutes. It's ridiculous. They should install monorails everywhere. I mean, they have a lot of monorails in Europe, but, you know, I'm just talking about like within the city. But people, do you like, oh, I don't really talk to people in either continent, so I feel like people are mostly the same. You have nice people and you have rude people in every part of the world. I feel like that's just luck of the draw on any particular day. I'm still not getting very good case pulls. Shit, I'm getting dog shit. I'm getting scammed. Yeah, no, nothing happened yet. Ugh. Met the police last night in Jordan. Me, they told you they wish they'd never see you again. Well, I mean, you don't want to have reoccurring run-ins with the police, so I would hope that too. That's why I never understood Nurse Joy. What do you mean you hope to see me again? You hope my Pokemon get fucked up to the point where I have to come crawling back? So rude. So rude. Ugh. not get any good polls. They're all dog shit today. It's like break even or less today. It's not like up at all. It's just constantly draining my wallet. Whatever. Jeez. It's rough. I have to pick different ones. These are the ones that usually hit. They're not hitting. Oh no, it's not working. Ugh. Just dog shit after dog shit after dog shit. God. Ugh. My sinuses are fucked up from my sickness, and then they're still like fucked up from my flights home. It's like the ear pressure is still stuck. Oh. I hate flying when I'm sick. My ears never pop right for so long. It's the worst. Best food during the whole trip. I would say this pizza place that we went to in Rome. I don't remember the name of it. But they had, it wasn't even the pizza itself that was the best. It was this like appetizer. It was like, I don't remember the name for it. Druga would know. It's their little like fried rice ball things. I don't know what to call it. They were delicious though. Was like almost like a pizza-y rice ball thing. I don't know how to describe it. It was good. Arancini, maybe that was it. I don't know. Yeah, that thing. So good. That was the best food I ever had there in Europe. All of Europe, that was my favorite. It was so good. Good stuff. Let's see if it lets me do a giveaway again. Try it one more time. No, it's still not letting me. Rip. Oh well. Maybe they'll fix it. Maybe tomorrow's session. I don't know why. It's saying internal error. Fuck you. Oh well. Let me tell them I did a segment though. Okay. Ugh. Ear pressure. Let me see. Did they share any new videos on my media share? Tino has not shared it yet. What is this military AI Lego? Is it accurate? Hold on. It says straight key explained. Where's it explaining?
The chains are tightening. The key is turning. The gavel is coming down. Your fate is short. Baby on trial. The straight is the lock. Iran is the key.
This is dog shit. Music anyways. The visuals are mildly entertaining.
Your fate is short. 360 million facing starvation because of one man's reckless escalation. Fertilizer prices up, the fields are dry, and America's missiles, watch them fly. Baby on trial.
This is not a very good recap.
Iran is the key. Hear the tick tock. Baby in chains. The world is the court. Iran is the gavel. Your fate is short. Washington Post wrote the truth today. 25% of missiles gone away. Pacific stockpiles empty and cold.
China's watching the story unfold.
You needed those rockets for Taiwan shore. Now they're in Iran and you want more. Atlantic magazine said it clear as glass.
Why didn't they have a Chinese Lego man watching?
Baby on trial. The straight is the lock. Iran is the key.
This is it could have been so much better.
Baby in chains. The world is the court. Iran is the.
It's not good. It's AI slop certified. You seem better on Twitter? Yeah. Yeah. Did y'all see the new Pokemon Champions game? I haven't bought it yet. It's basically just a battle game. Kind of like Pokemon Stadium, but probably not as fun. They always leave out the mini games these days.
Pokemon battles for everyone! Pokemon Champions! This game is all about battles. Compete online against players from across the world with the Pokemon you've recruited.
You want to play it? It's awesome. Any good Any other reviews?
There are two ways to obtain battle-ready Pokemon. The first is by connecting to the Pokemon Home app. Transfer your Pokemon from games in the Pokemon RPG series and the Pokemon Go app to Pokemon Home. Then link the app to this game.
If I put my Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet into Home, do I lose them in my game? Or does it duplicate them?
Choose one Pokemon to recruit once per day from a random selection of Pokemon that appear in the game. Recruited Pokemon can only be used in Pokemon Champions for a certain amount of time.
Which is dumb.
After you've gathered your Pokemon, choose 6 of them and form your team.
You can move them back and forth. Oh.
Before battle, you'll be able to see your opponent's team and vice versa, and choose the Pokemon you want to use for the impending match. Consider which Pokemon your opponent will use. Then select your own Pokemon to start the battle. Players alternate turns with moves. Win by reducing the HP of all your opponent's Pokemon to 0. If you're in a bind, you can swap one Pokemon for another.
I'm still shocked that they don't seem to have added minigames.
Or
they
use
didn't do
Mega
that for Battle
Evolution to
Revolution.
power up your Pokemon.
And I played the minigames
The
more than the
decisions you
actual
make
battle.
could influence the tide of battle. With Mega Evolution, certain Pokemon will gain abilities brand new to the series. There are also different battle formats. Use one Pokemon at a time in single battles, or have Pokemon fight 2-on-2 in double battles. There are 3 different online battle modes. In ranked battles, test your skills against evenly matched trainers and aim for the highest rank. In casual battles, wins and losses aren't recorded, so you can enjoy matches however you'd like. And in private battles, create a room and battle against anyone with the room ID. There are also in-game online competitions in which you'll battle with preset rules that change every season. Engage in battles to earn victory points or VP. Here's how to use VP. You can swap the moves a Pokemon can learn, change its nature.
What? That's cheating.
Modify its abilities.
Wait.
And
Can I
more.
put my Pokemon into Home, send it to this game, change its nature, and have the new change nature, send it back to Home and back to my other game? Because that seems like cheating. No? Damn. No.
The stat points of a Pokemon can also be adjusted. For example, you could
Never
increase
expect
attack
original
and
stat?
speed
No.
to boost offense. Or raise HP and defense to withstand attacks. Pokemon can be easily trained to your liking, so try out different ways to battle. You can only recruit once per day, but by using VP, you can recruit multiple times. Keep in mind that recruited Pokemon are only available for 1 week.
Do
but
Pokemon keep items when you put them in Home and then into this game? Like, can my Pikachu keep its light ball in this game? Or does items not a thing?
With VP, any recruited Pokemon will be permanently added.
Was it the paid
In the shop, spend VP to purchase held items or Mega Stones for your Pokemon. You can also get clothing and looks for your trainer, different Pokeball throwing styles, and battle music.
Are there no levels in this?
Fierce
I haven't
battles with
seen
your
levels.
Pokemon awaits. Pokemon Champions. Available April 8th on the Nintendo Switch system.
They're all level 50. Kudos to them, though, for releasing it for the regular Switch still. At least they're not totally gatekeeping everything. I don't remember, Tino, if we talked about the Vice President's statement about UAPs. I don't remember. Also, give me a better rundown on what the point of Artemis was. What happened? Anything interesting actually occur? What was the point?
Vice President J.D. Vance has 3 years left in office. He has access to the highest levels of clearance intelligence in the U.S. And when asked point blank about UAPs on a national podcast this week, he said without hesitation he thinks they're demons. He also admitted he has not looked at a single file. That combination, a firm conclusion, zero research, is really worth looking into, especially right now as Congress moves deeper into UAP retrieval investigations with direct White House backing. Hey, you followed I'm Christina Gomez, and welcome back to this episode of UFO News Updates. J.D. Vance was recently...
You mean J.D. Vance, Pope Francis, Vampire Slayer, thinks that the UAPs are demonic? Oh, yeah. I want to hear more about what he has to say.
On the Benny
what he
Johnson
thinks
show,
about
and
stuff.
of course he asked
Should
about
ask his
UFOs.
opinion more often.
Here's what Vance said.
It's more interesting.
We're waiting for it. We saw
You
aliens.gov.
know me.
We saw
You know me.
aliens.gov.
I don't think they're aliens. I think they're demons anyway, but that's a long discussion.
That was his opening line on the subject. Johnson then asked whether the Trump administration would release any UFO files. Vance said they are working on it, but admitted he had not yet accessed the files personally. He described trying to arrange visits, one to Area 51 in Nevada, another facility in New Mexico, but said the timing never worked out on either trip. And he told Johnson he still has 3 years left in office and plans to follow through. So we will save that little detail for a little later in this episode, but this is not the first time Vance has spoken on this topic. Back in October of 2025, he sat down for a nearly a 1-hour conversation on the Podforce One podcast, and the UAP question came near the very end of
Podforce One? Now this is podcasting.
The interview. His answer then is a bit different from where he stands now. Take a listen.
I wouldn't say that I do or don't believe it. I mean, I'm a big believer.
Oh, you're in the React section? Oh, great. Let's see. I'm just going to pull you over.
That there are things out there that we can't
Wait, hold on.
explain.
Let me make sure that you're
and
not
so
super
if another
fucking
person sees an
loud.
alien, maybe I see an angel or a demon.
Hello?
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
A little bit. Let me lower it still. Okay, test again.
Hi, Ammo. Welcome home.
Oh, that's good. Okay. We're good. We're solid. Thank you.
Yep.
So I'm a big believer that there are like spiritual forces working on the physical world that a lot of us don't see and a lot of us don't understand and a lot of us don't appreciate. But, is it aliens or is it our guardian angel, or is it aliens or is it a not so guardian force that doesn't care about us or in fact actively wishes us harm? I don't know the answer to that question.
I mean, one man's guardian angel is another man's demon. Just depends who they're guarding.
Last year, it was more of an open-ended question. By March of 2026, it is now an answer, I think they're demons. And that uncertainty is now gone. He landed somewhere more specific. And it is critical here what has and what has not informed that position. Vance has held the vice president's security clearance for over a year. He should have access to the highest tier of classified material in this country. And by his own account, he has not applied that access to UAP files, even though he has mentioned time and time again that he's obsessed with the UFO topic. He told Johnson directly he has not looked, and so that shift from I don't know to I think they're demons, the question is, how did he get to that
He doesn't want to
idea?
be deceived.
When Johnson pressed him on what he means, Vance stated this.
So you think they're demons?
Well, look, I think that celestial beings who fly around, who do weird things to people, I think that the desire to describe everything celestial, everything is otherworldly, to describe it as aliens. I mean, every great world religion, including Christianity, the one that I believe in, has understood that there are weird things out there. And there are things that are very difficult to explain. And I naturally go, when I hear about sort of extra natural phenomenon, that's where I go to, is the Christian understanding that, there's a lot of good out there, but there's also some evil out there. And I think that one of the devil's great tricks is to convince people he never existed.
Vance is framing UAP as a spiritual phenomenon, specifically through a Christian lens. Look, he has every right to do that. But it is a framework that arrives with a pre-existing answer, and that matters when the same person has been committed to investigating classified government files on the subject. The framing also flattens something within the UAP research community that has been documented for years. Abductees and contactees describe fundamentally different experiences.
No, that makes sense to why he would say that, because if he's going to go out there and claim, I think they're demons, he has to say also that he hasn't looked. It's like, it keeps him alive. It's like, well, he hasn't looked, so I mean, whatever, biblical take, blah, 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 blah. He can't, confirm or deny anything. He can keep being extreme.
I'll wait till the whole video is over before I give you my opinion on this, just because it's, interesting.
Okay.
Connection and purpose. Those are not two of the same phenomenon described differently. They may be entirely different phenomena. Labeling all of it as demonic closes off that distinction between where an investigation begins and where this level of bias begins. And if we're going to address what is harmful in this space, the most documented source of harm has not come from the sky. It's come from within institutions, from deliberate choices to deceive, intimidate, and silence. And that requires no interdimensional explanation, just power, secrecy, and the decision to misuse both. But Vance is not alone in Congress with this view. Tim Burchett, Anna Paulina Luna, and former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene have each moved in a similar direction at various points in their career when it comes to the topic of UFOs and spirituality. Former intelligence official Lou Elizondo has spoken publicly about being asked after his UAP statements, "Have you read the Bible lately?" And that question didn't come from outside the government. It came from within. Greene took the position further, stating that the government is concealing a spiritual truth rather than a technological one. If these phenomena are interdimensional rather than extraterrestrial, the investigation requires a completely different set of questions. It is no longer about propulsion systems and recovered crash materials. It becomes a debate about the fundamental nature of what is being encountered, and whether the officials with the clearance and the authority to look into it have already decided what they believe before they even begin their investigations. But what if it's all a deceptive view because of faith and cultural perspectives? Arthur C. Clarke's 1953 novel Childhood's End, later adapted to movies, which I highly recommend, presents a scenario where beings arrive on Earth that appear visually demonic. Got the wings, the horns, the complete package. And yet their purpose in the story isn't hostile at all. Clarke's premise was that the human mind had encoded something about these beings into religious mythology centuries before the actual contacts took place, and that the beings were evil. They simply matched an image humans had already assigned as evil. Now, I'm not saying that's the conclusion here, but as a reminder that the framework we use to interpret something shapes what we decide it is before we even see the full picture. And Vance has that framework. He has not yet seen the data, and those two facts are sitting in the exact same room. So while Vance has not yet walked into a classified facility that we know of, he states that he is obsessed with the topic. But if you're obsessed with anything, wouldn't you put in a little effort?
But I've still got 3 more years as vice president. I will get to the bottom of the UFO files.
Okay. Have you peaked? Have you done a peak?
So I actually haven't. I have
full
not.
Independence Day.
I have not been able to spend enough time on this to really understand it, but I'm going to. Trust me, I'm obsessed with this. I've already had a couple of times where I'm like, all right, we're going to Area 51. We're going out to New Mexico. We're going to sort of get to the bottom of this. And then the timing of the trip just didn't work out. But trust me, anybody who's curious about this, I'm more curious than anybody.
And while he states he has 3 more years to get to the bottom of it, and while his schedule doesn't allow him to visit the places that he wants, one congressman is making the effort. Missouri Congressman Eric Burleson, who sits on the Congressional Oversight Committee investigating UAP, conducted a White House-approved visit to Naval Air Station Pax River in Maryland back in February. And Vance even referenced Marco Rubio for also having an interest in this entire topic. The question is he also doing the work?
You know, Marco is actually very interested in this too. We talked about this talked about this back in our Senate days. So yeah, there's certainly an interest there. There's certainly an intrigue, but I haven't yet had the time to really dig in. Things have been so busy. But this is the crazy person inside of me. And there's, all of us put the tinfoil hat on from time to time. I'm like, I can't allow myself to become so busy that I spend the next 3 years and I don't get to the bottom of this. So I will get to the bottom of this, but it's going to take me a little time.
Rubio
I think he's saying that as a disclaimer. I think he's looked
co-signed by multiple members of both parties requesting the release of specifically named classified files, complete with document titles, dates, and metadata. The letter was also sent to Pete Hegseth, along with Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard and Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Burleson's White House-approved visits are ongoing, with 3 more in the works, according to Burleson. And he also stated publicly that he expects more sites to be empty by the time he arrives. That material are likely being moved in advance. But his strategy is not just to find material, it is to find infrastructure. The hangar built for a specific purpose, a runway, a crane, evidence that a program exists, even if the physical evidence has been relocated. And the White House told the Department of War, make it happen. Burleson entered Congress in 2023 as a skeptic, and his own words that he said that his position changed after hearing testimony from David Grush, who now serves as a special advisor with Eric Burleson, really helping with the UAP matter, dealing with whistleblowers, asking the right questions to the right agencies, and things like this. But do you think Vance's position, formed from faith before evidence, would shift the same way Burleson's skepticism shifted once he engaged with testimony and physical sites? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. I'm Christina Gomez, and that's it for today. I will see you again tomorrow at 10 a.m. PST for another UFO news update. Be safe, and remember, keep your...
Okay, what are your thoughts?
Hold on, what is it? Okay, so let me throw my disclaimer out there first by saying that, in the months that you and I have been engaging this subject, it's pretty clear that, I take a little bit more of a scientific stance on these things, and you have a more spiritual preference to some of these answers, and that's fine. That's totally fine. So let me
I think they're very similar at the end of the day.
They are. They exactly.
I don't think there's much difference.
No, there isn't. And that's, I think, what a lot of people that just randomly come in and out of chat don't seem to realize about this conversation that we're engaging chat in, is that at the end of the day, it's probably not that dissimilar. Now, I will say that Vance's stance on this has been, I think, super hypocritical, okay? In the sense that, okay, let's take it from just surface level impressions, right? Vice President, this whole administration is supposed to be very God-fearing, right? Very super Christian, and that's cool, whatever. Do whatever you want. But we can all agree that, culturally speaking, demons are supposed to be negative beings, right?
Sure.
Wherever they come from, whatever they are, our entire cultural history has always, and we're not talking about just Christianity too. We're talking about other religions as well. We've
Right.
all agreed upon the idea that they're supposed to be evil, demonic, hateful beings, right? So, in that context, the vice president is literally saying, so there are demons running around in the skies, infiltrating military bases in the US and in other places, and he's too busy to look into that right now.
Of course.
I think that is the most wild statement I've
No,
ever heard in my
honestly,
life.
though, that tracks because at the end of the day, I feel like he's just saying it so that no one can point fingers at him and be like, so you did look at the files, now we have to kill you because you're whistleblowing. He has to say that he didn't look at it. He has to claim that he hasn't looked because then it's not whistleblowing.
Right.
It's just speculation now.
Yep. And I still think it's so funny though, just because that would be like the Pope saying, "Oh, I know that our churches are literally being infiltrated by demons right now, but I'm busy and I'm not going to do anything with that."
Well, I mean,
You know?
also, like, at the end, the world is infiltrated by demons, theoretically. And what can anyone do about it? Nothing. So, I mean, there's not much to be done. You have to just deal with what you can control. Demons ain't one of them.
I suppose that depends upon whether or not you believe there is no way to control the situation.
Right.
You know?
Well, their particular situation.
So,
And if it
like
tracks that humanity is getting all their technological advancements essentially from demonic intellect, fallen angel technology, whatever, well then there isn't much to do about it because that's how the world is,
And it's probably because we have some sort of agreement where it's just like, okay, well,
right.
You don't fuck with us and you give us technology. Sounds good.
Right. And in favor, we'll take our elites to go worship Moloch in the forest and
Exactly. We'll send all the rich people to go worship you, and we'll get all of the rest of the population to worship you via music artists.
Right, exactly. You can
Yep.
have your foothold in Hollywood and the music industry and spread your degenerate, druggy culture through rap music, and we'll just turn a blind eye to corrupting the youth. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay, so that was a little thing on JD Vance. There have been other things as far as the disclosure movement goes. Okay, so essentially, whenever I look up videos to share with you, they kind of break down into two categories, right? You have current ongoing news, but that's mostly just in the sense of disclosure because let's be honest, anything that's like from the ancient world or from cryptid news is so far removed from being considered legitimate, right? Because we've been lied to about those things for so long that the only reason why UFOs are getting the attention right now is because Congress is giving it attention, right?
Right.
So, there's lots of videos that I could share that would be interesting, like old world stuff, but you let me know when you want to see something like that, because otherwise I don't consider that quote unquote news. What I have come across that's been pretty interesting though is I found this new channel, and I think we watched one of the videos. Yeah, we did. Remember about the Queen from Sumeria?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so I was checking out this guy's channel a little bit more, and he's starting to produce videos like almost every week. And remember how he had like that AI narration because he pronounced DNA weird?
Yeah.
So he is legitimate. They're not fake images, right? But he uses legitimate stock footage, and I checked, I verified his facts, and they're all straight. But again, it's still like almost like a mass-produced AI thing. So now I'm starting to think, I'm like, where is this guy getting this information from? Like, because he's talking about shit that I'm not even familiar with now, stuff that I consider to be new. So it's just like, what's going on here? And then I had this crazy thought, like, what if those channels that have been popping up, the AI narration channels, are part of soft disclosure?
It could be. But they could also
You know?
just be put there to distract more as
Sure,
people try to
it could be
it could be misinformation because they know
Yes.
that like the topics are getting more relevant as with through stuff like the Joe Rogan podcast and all those.
Yes. Yep, exactly.
Mhm.
And I just kind of thought that was an interesting concept. Like, so you got some bum who works for the CIA that just got taught how to use, like AI generation videos, and
Yeah.
he's sitting there making all this different disinformation and making channels just to pump that stuff out.
Mhm.
That I think is probably even more of a problem moving forward with AI than say like videos that we may or may not be able to tell if it's real. Like if it's just
Right.
some random UFO video flying in the sky and it's
Oh
like,
yeah, no,
yeah, that
misinformation
sucks.
video is going to be a huge issue.
Yeah,
Like intentional
because now you just gotta
misinformation.
right. And so a fun example would be this particular channel. I'm watching one of the newest videos last night, and do you remember anything about the various Anunnaki videos we've watched in the past? How they talked about somebody, a group of people called the Igigi. Do you remember anything about that?
What about them? Maybe I would
So
remember.
they're supposed to have been, according to some of the different translations, they're supposed to have been the workforce that was here before humans. Like they're a worker class. They came with the Anunnaki, and they were the ones originally in the mines mining for gold. And then they were like, "Nah, this sucks, bro. I don't want to do this anymore." And so that's when the Anunnaki were like, "Okay, we need to make something else." And that supposedly is when they started making humans, right?
Mhm.
So the weird part though is there's never been any real distinct translations as to who exactly the Igigi are. Like I've always wanted to know, like, so are they just other Anunnaki that have a different name? Are they
I
a
don't
completely
know.
different species?
I
Like
don't
what's
know if
going
I
on
even
here?
believe that they were a thing.
Sure, I get that, but I'm just saying for the sake of argument,
Sure.
like trying to understand the story. And so then according to this new channel, they threw out this random fact and I was like, I've never heard of that before. And according to them, the okay, so in the Sumerian legend it says they created the humans using Anunnaki blood and the clay of the earth, which is classic creationism story
Right.
stuff, right?
Mhm.
But then this channel goes and says it wasn't just an Anunnaki, it was an Agigi. And I'm like, okay, so depending on what an Agigi actually is, that kind of changes the story. So which is it? Was it an Anunnaki or was it an Agigi? And are they one and the same? Like, what's going on here?
I don't know.
Damn it, Emma, you're supposed to have an answer.
How is it spelled?
Igigi. Yeah.
Igigi.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, just an interesting note. Not so necessarily like that it makes or breaks the entire conspiracy theory or something like that. I just noticed I'd never heard of
So
that
the
before,
so
and I was like,
so the way that Google describes is a group of younger helper gods who rebelled against the senior Anunnaki. So that could be fallen angels rebelling against God, basically.
right, exactly. So then that's also what the video starts talking about is like their correlation, their relation as far as a context between them and the Watchers.
You mean the watch, as in like the ones that aren't necessarily fallen?
No, the Watchers, as in the ones that were supposed to be tasked with taking care of humanity by God, and then they became the fallen angels because they started messing around with humans.
Sure.
Yeah, the 200, if you will.
So now they're just cucks.
Yep.
They don't even have like a role. They're sit in the corner and they watch.
Yep. And then what happens? Then they gave us the Nephilim. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
No, not that somebody said not the 300. Nope. Sorry.
I mean, tomato, Labels.
What's an extra 100?
It's all the same
What's
concept.
an extra 100 fallen angels?
Yeah.
All right, let's see if I've got some. Oh, apparently, I don't know if you had heard about this before, but for years now, Logan Paul has been talking about some stupid ass UFO video that he got from somebody. And he was like, "This is the most legit thing ever, bruh." But he's never shown it. And then supposedly he just finally now showed it.
Why
And
now?
I saw, I don't know. I saw a clip of it and I was just like, that's it.
Where
that's all
is
you
it?
got?
Let me see it.
Okay, hold on. Let me I got it. I got you. Because apparently he did it on the Jesse Michaels show, but we're not gonna watch that whole thing because that's long as fuck. So we'll do a clip of a clip. How about that?
I love clips of clips.
This also is a 16-minute video, so scrub through until you can see the footage.
It's a long clip of a clip.
Yeah, right. Well, you know, he's got to get his thoughts in there too, and it's just like, Christian, we don't. He's very redundant. Boom, posted.
Okay, the Logan Paul video that he
UFO or just alien activity of sorts.
Let's break this down. A couple of college-age guys drove out to the black
This isn't
mailbox,
a video, this is a
an
concept.
infamous
Hold on.
landmark
Where's the actual
entrance point
footage?
to Area 51. It's along the
It's
road
coming.
that leads to Groom Lake, extremely close to where Bob said he worked. It's nighttime. They're parked right in front of the fence surrounding the secret facility. The lights are off on their car, and they have a camera resting on the armrest, pointed through the front windshield.
And then it cuts to under the dashboard, and you see something very clearly illuminating like the top of the dashboard, and they're like hunkered underneath the car, and they're whispering to each other like, I think it's out there, like I don't know what it is, maybe we should go out there. And they're like kind of scared.
What is this footage?
Right? Like, what?
What
This
are you
is what
filming
were
with
hanging
that
out
it's going to
to?
be or did you get your fucking, like, did you go into your parents' basement and get a fucking camera from back in the 90s or 80s? Like, what is happening?
And why is he
Then
just filming the
something
TV?
appears
Fucking
just
make an
beyond the
edit.
glass.
What are you doing? Transfer that shit.
What kind of modern digital camera would create lines like this as if it was film? What is this?
The craft is hovering extremely close to the car. It's orange and slightly wobbling or undulating in place as if it's on a wave.
How do I know this isn't a bokeh effect from his dashboard still?
You can hear the two guys whispering.
Now, chat, you want to complain about crappy UFO footage when looking at military-grade equipment? Nah, look at this. This is a prime example of what you should not share and call proof.
Just fucking look retarded. Why would it be also the same color as your dashboard stuff?
Apparently, because the UFO is casting its light onto the dashboard.
What?
I don't know. I just work here, okay?
Yeah, that to me is exactly how it was described by Bob. It's exact like your hand did. Your hand did.
I'm
It's
really
moving
sad
the
that they
right
dragged
way, it's
Bob
the
Lazar
right
into this
color, and it's
conversation.
the right shape. So it makes it very compelling.
These lines, these little semen comet lines on here. What are they?
UFO is being shot at with semen.
It's like we're playing Galaga or something. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, that to me is exactly how it was described by Bob. It's exact like your hand did. Your hand did. Yeah, it's moving the right way. It's the right color, and it's the right shape. So it makes it very compelling. The intensity of the light, there's something very, very bright that is affecting that. The dash is being lit. It's the dash of the vehicle.
So this is stolen footage from Chuck Clark, or Chuck Clark stole it from someone? I don't know.
Apparently Chuck Clark gave it to Logan Paul.
Okay. But
Which is-
how
I
old
think
is the footage supposed to be?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the other thing. It's just like, can we get some details in here?
and the craft is above it.
Right.
And look at the intent. Here's the dash, and look at the intensity of the light that's going to happen here. Right. There. Those are really.
Yeah, you can, and it's fading in and out.
Yeah,
so it's
you
moving
can't
up there.
fake that.
You can see that it wobbles exactly
But it wobbles.
like your
It
film.
wobbles. That's the important thing. Yeah. So it does comport with your video.
It wobbles. It glows like that in that color in that shape.
That's wild, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
it's wild.
It's impressive. It is.
Okay, so not only do we finally see Logan Paul's video, we
Mr.
get
Veach,
Bob
yeah, I
Lazar
can see that it
to
might be
take a look at it
radiation,
and
but
say,
my problem with the video
this
is
the
like
type of thing that I
you
was
hung
talking
on to
about
this
in
for
general.
how long, and now
So-
you act like it's important.
First of all, it makes sense
Right.
that Logan Paul would debut this on Jesse Michaels' show. The family, his brother, they're tight with Jesse Michaels. They've probably been talking about this for a bit to do it this particular way. They've probably been lining this up, and Logan Paul wanted to eventually show this, and this was a way to do that. I don't know all the legalities and all the other stuff with Chuck Clark. I have no idea. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know. Having Bob Lazar there to me is, I think, helpful, right? Now, Bob Lazar has gone through a lot when it's come to the
Is that basically it from this video?
Yeah. Yep. Yippers.
I've never heard of them being red. Is that like a thing?
Sometimes it depends. From my understanding, whenever they do generate a solid color like that, it has something to do with dissipation of energy. You know, almost like exhaust, but it covers the whole ship rather than just coming out of tailpipe.
Interesting.
Yeah. Let's see here. What else can I share with you? It's been some interesting stuff.
Have they had more disclosure stuff with Congress and the hearings and whatevers, or nah?
There's not been any hearings, but what I'm really surprised and happy about is, you know, the three primary, you know, Congress people that we always hear about, Burchett, Luna, and Burleson. They're all doing their own thing, sort of. Like obviously they're coordinating with each other, but I like that they're going in different directions. So that way it's like the deep state is kind of keep it on their toes, right? Because, you know, they're being attacked by different angles. So tomorrow is supposed to be a deadline that Luna gave the Pentagon, because now that Trump has said, I want to just start disclosing things, then that gave Luna the opportunity to be like, yo, Pentagon, Hegseth said that he has to make it happen. So why don't you just do it? And she gave them a list of like 26 videos that she wants declassified. And she knew exactly what the file names were and everything. So that way they can't like be in denial and be like, oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. What files? And the deadline for that is supposed to be tomorrow. So we'll see what happens with that. And then Burleson, he's visiting black sites like they kind of mentioned in the last video. So far, the only one that he's publicly talked about is the Pax River facility, which was interesting because there was nothing there, but it had the infrastructure for everything you would need for, you know, bringing in exotic craft to do research on. And then Burchett, on the other hand, I'm trying to figure out how to put this into words. He's not specifically making any moves like the other two are, but he's putting on more of a public stance on how fucked up this whole situation is. And he's been talking a lot about that missing general that we talked about before he left. You remember him?
I think so. I read like a tweet or something about it.
Yeah, is a guy that he's a general in the Air Force. He worked at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which is where they sent the Roswell crash and where lots of like reverse engineering stuff goes on. And he specifically was the director of the reverse engineering program before he retired. And then like 2 days after Trump said, release the files, then this general went missing. And he's been missing ever since.
Suspicious.
It's been over a month now. Yeah, it's been over a month now. He's, sadly to say, he's probably not alive.
Yeah, probably not.
And then if that guy, well, that wasn't suspicious enough, there have been other people that have gone missing before and after the general. They're all scientists that work in exotic materials and propulsion. And one of them in particular, this lady named Reza, she actually had worked for the general at one time. Like, so that's like a direct connection, right?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So they all must
Yep,
have been
and
working on a project or something that they don't want us to find out about.
exactly. There was another an astrophysicist who got shot in the face and supposedly was
Like
a
recently? Or?
car. Yeah, it was about 4 months ago.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and they said that it was a carjacking, and the dude lives like in California, out in the desert. Who's gonna jack his car out there?
Yeah.
There was an MIT physicist who was killed as well. I can't remember his cause of death, but it was a murder. It was also a murder.
It was.
Yeah. So yeah.
I think they're
Yeah,
all
Maniac
murders.
Mark said science has been dropping like flies. Exactly. It's a little weird. So Burchett has been talking about this a lot in the news whenever he's been doing interviews, and he's like, people are dying. It's a real conspiracy. This is not, this is not make believe. Shit's going down. And then the greatest part is he always ends the combo with, and just for the record, I'm not suicidal and I don't take risks.
Right.
It's like, good on you, bro.
Oh, goodness.
It's getting crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And the sad part is, oh, you're gonna love this. This is the best part. The sad part is, if we get some disclosure soon. Oh wait, what's up?
The sad part's the best part. Brutal.
Yeah, the sad part is the best part. The sad part is, I'm more and more convinced every day that when this disclosure finally happens, when it gets official from the White House itself, that it's going to be like the most controlled, concise,
Oh, yeah.
little bit of cheese that you've ever seen. And so much to the point. You remember that aliens.gov website that they took out?
What'd they do with it?
I think I know what it's going to be for. I think it's going to be so that way they can post the announcement itself. So that way, like, you can't claim ignorance anywhere, like, oh, I don't have this service. I don't have this service. Doesn't matter. Look, there's its own website. So you can see the disclosure itself. And then they're going to sell us a commemorative coin. I shit you not. There are several people within the government right now that are being like, yeah, there's a commemorative coin that's being minted right now. So they're gonna give us disclosure and a swag bag to go with it. That's how seriously they're gonna take this, guys.
It's probably gonna have Trump on the coin too.
Oh yeah, one side will be Trump and the other side will be a UFO or some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Something really stupid and cheesy. And the best comment I saw
Like a rocket
off
or
of that,
something.
yeah, the best comment I saw off of that video was somebody saying, I went through disclosure and all I got was this lousy coin. Fucking sad.
The coin would be crazy.
Let me show you I got one more video for you and I'll see if I can find the you continue scrolling and looking for other stuff if you want, but let me see if I can find the coin video for you. Cause that shit is stupid.
L.A. Marzulli
You know what-
with the Dead Sea Scrolls update allegedly 5 hours ago.
Ooh. You know what would be the most legit disclosure?
Huh.
Is if they were like, yeah, there's like a lot of weird stuff that's happened and even in our past, and then they just brought out a Nephilim wearing a suit. And he was just like, hey guys. Yeah, the Bible's real.
It's all real. No longer fake news. Real news.
Yep. Oh, also a former member of Congress did an interview where he talked about apparently a whistleblower blower told him that we have a hybrid program with aliens that we've captured and humans that are, I guess, just forced.
Wait, what are you saying? There's a video on that, or?
Yeah, there is.
We've heard bits and pieces of that theory several times.
Of course, yep. It's just interesting to hear somebody that used to be on Congress talking about it. It's like, well, that's weird. You guys going to do anything about that? No? Okay.
No. They're all puppets. They're all pawns.
You know, and that's the thing I think is the most probably interesting about being a member of Congress right now. Like anybody who's even touching the subject, you got to wonder, like, do they go home at night and think, ah, shit, I'm going to die?
Probably.
I said too much. I'm going to die now.
Right. No, I'm pretty sure it's like a very real concern for them. Oh dear, I've said too much.
Okay. Sending a video. It's another one of Christina's. It's multiple subjects, but they do talk about the coin thing.
A senior aide to a U.S. senator said on camera that Trump...
It's interesting to talk about a coin, because, like, a few days ago, Nick was telling me how coins are going up in value a lot lately.
Trump's UAP announcement
Tell
was
him
legally
to get one of these
redundant.
coins when they come
A
out.
journalist who has spent years tracking this issue inside Congress says the disclosure conversation on Capitol Hill is actually getting smaller. And the most concrete thing confirmed to be coming out of the White House on UAP is a coin. Hey, you followers, I'm Christina Gomez. Welcome back to this episode of UFO News Updates. Today, we're covering what Kirsten Gillibrand's office actually said about Trump's disclosure directive, why her position on Arrow puts her in a difficult spot right now, what Congressman Andy Ogles told a journalist in a Capitol tunnel, and what Matt Laslo of Ask a Poll is seeing from inside Congress that the headline coverage is missing. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand sits on both the Armed Services Committee and the Senate Intelligence Committee, and she's also the senator who created AARO, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the Pentagon's official UAP investigation body established through the 2022 National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, which is the annual bill that funds the U.S. military and sets defense policy. Back in February, Trump posted on Truth Social directing federal agencies to begin identifying and releasing UAP files. When journalist Matt Laslo of Ask a Poll caught up with Gillibrand outside the Capitol back in March, but it just aired back on April 8th, and asked what she made of it, her initial response that it was a good step in the right direction, but then her senior aide stepped in. Take a listen.
Seeing you since the president's announcement. What do you make of him saying he wants to open up the UFO files?
I think it's great. It's good step in the right direction.
It's redundant because we already passed it in the NDA and that stuff has to be.
So, is the senior aide right? Well, partially, but it's much more complicated than that. The NDAA has contained UAP reporting requirements since 2022. A version of the UAP Disclosure Act passed in 2024, but it was gutted before it became law. The original version, introduced by Senators Chuck Schumer and Mike Rounds, would have created an independent review board with subpoena power and a legal presumption that records should be made public. That version did not survive. Well, we can all be surprised about that. What passed was a narrower set of reporting requirements. Schumer publicly called the final result an outrage. Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, Christopher Mellon, who has worked on UAP transparency for years, made the case that Trump's directive reaches further than what the NDAA requires because a presidential order can compel cross-agency participation in a way that a single reporting requirement cannot, if it's actually executed. So the aide isn't wrong that disclosure language already exists in law, but the argument that what makes Trump's directive fully redundant doesn't hold hold up against the legislative record. Gillibrand also told Laszlo she did not know what Trump actually meant by his announcement. She said publicly she offered to work with him and received no response. Huh. What's that about? That silence matters more when you consider what happened to Arrow since. Gillibrand built the office, defended its director, and staked her credibility on it being the right vehicle for UAP oversight. Now it is facing a direct legislative attack from her own colleagues in the House. In early April, Tim Burchett introduced a bill referred to as H.R. 8197, a bill to terminate Arrow entirely, giving the Pentagon 60 days to shut it down. The legislation also blocks the creation of any new centralized replacement office. A rebrand is legally closed off under the bill's language if it passes. This followed a recommendation that Anna Paulina Luna said to DOGE, a different DOGE from Elon Musk's DOGE, a subcommittee, that Arrow be completely disbanded and disfunded. At the same time, Arrow stated it was actively coordinating UAP declassification under Trump's directive. Gillibrand has not yet made a public statement about the shutdown bill, but stay with me because there's still so much more that we need to cover, because what we discuss next connects directly to whether any of this produces anything real. Here is the question for you. Gillibrand built Arrow, defending it publicly for years, and now the office is facing a shutdown bill. Do you think she steps up and fights for it, or steps back from the UAP issue entirely? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Now on to Congressman Andy Ogles of Tennessee, a UAP caucus member who sits on the House Oversight Committee.
I think she'll step
Laszlo
down.
caught him on March 19th, but then this episode, this little section aired on April 9th, heading to a vote through an underground Capitol tunnel, and asked about the White House registering the government domain aliens.gov the previous day, because again, it came out last month. When asked whether the administration was seeing a real signal or just generating attention, Ogle said this.
There's been so much chatter and there's so many people coming forward that, you know, the administration, President Trump, just wants to lay a baseline. And let's be honest with it. You know, he likes to break the mold, right? And so being the guy that revealed the truth, whatever the truth is, that'd be historic, right? So, and that's exactly who President Trump is.
Ogles also said there is compelling material out there, but how much gets released remains to be seen. He confirmed he had not personally spoken with the White House about it at the time. That is a UAP caucus member acknowledging he has no direct line to what is being planned, which brings us to what Laszlo has been observing from the ground. Here is what Laszlo said on the Psychoactivo podcast.
I'm sorry, since this new Congress started, there's become a smaller and smaller and smaller group of vocal people on these issues, on issues of UFO. And like, I think that's because they've just like been confined to like this wastebasket in the Capitol. And like GOP leaders are just sitting there kind of laughing at the Lunas, Burchetts of the world. They might stop laughing if the administration actually backs up some of their claims. But as of now, like, they've done nothing to really expand the conversation on Capitol Hill. If anything, the conversation's gotten smaller and less meaningful. Like, look at our Basketball UAP's website. Like, in the last NDAA, National Defense Authorization Bill, instead of them talking about UAP, they started calling it UAS and started calling it drones, blah, blah, blah. And so, like,
is
they
UAS?
started using any term besides UFO or besides UAP to have the same conversation, and that's in part to undercut the UAP caucus.
UAS stands for Uncrewed Aerial Systems. When the NDAA replaces the term UAP with drone language, the legal framework the UAP caucus built, its workaround quietly disappears from the binding legislation. The caucus can hold hearings, but it cannot write defense law without the armed services or the intelligence committees behind it. And those committees have shown no appetite for the full UAP Disclosure Act. When Laszlo asked what concrete output from this administration has actually been confirmed in relation to UAP disclosure, here's what he reported.
What we have confirmed from multiple sources is there's going to be a UFO commemorative coin, which will likely be sold by the White House. And like, this White House has proven that they're really good at making money, and they're really good at wagging numerous dogs at a time. And so, like, even kind of last time I talked with Congressman Burleson,
How much do you think the coin's going to
about the
cost
issue,
to
his
buy?
question was, I don't know if the White House is trolling us or not.
Oh wow, cool, a coin. Feels like we're collecting Pokemon cards all over again. Well, either way, that reporting has since been independently supported. Journalist Ross Coulthard confirmed the coin story and stated that while a limited disclosure does appear to be planned, he doubted the full legacy UAP program would be acknowledged. Multiple sources have cited Jamie Walden, who reportedly received an intelligence briefing stating the coin has already been produced and that a disclosure speech may be coming out in early May. That has not been officially confirmed, however. And I'm really not sure what the purpose of this coin is. Like, is this the White House version of making merch? I mean, can we at least get a t-shirt? That aside, here's where everything lands right now. Trump issued a disclosure directive. The White House registered aliens.gov. A commemorative coin is reportedly already made. Arrow is now the target of a shutdown bill introduced by the most vocal UAP members in the House. The same members pushing for UFO disclosure. Congress returned from Easter recess this week, so all we can do is wait and see what happens, what gets introduced, what gets thrown away, and also just remember that the Artemis moon mission is returning to Earth as we speak.
What else
Did they
up
see
with the
anything
Artemis
unusual
shit?
while up there? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. I'm
Absolutely.
Christina Gomez,
Seems like
and that's it for
it.
today. I will see you again next time
They
for
did a
another
flyby
UFO
the
news
moon
update. Be
for
safe and remember,
supposed
keep your eyes.
future preparations. Whoopie fucking do. Which is, you know, because like everybody and his mom was all over Twitch and they're like, did you watch the Artemis mission? I'm like, no, why? We ain't doing shit up there. And why did we wait this long to do that? To do a fucking flyby?
What the fuck? They must have had to drop off some sacrifices or something. I don't know.
Something. Drop off more poor trafficked people from South America.
Right. That's why those rockets are so long. We think it's just how they're built, but really, it's just a giant limousine for human trafficking.
Oh, it's messed up. So yeah, that's
I
where we
wouldn't be
stand on
surprised
Artemis.
though.
Oh.
And occasionally,
And then I
that's why
had-
they're okay with so many rockets like not making it to space because they just crash and burn up, and there's your sacrifices right there.
Like, oh, oops, that one burned up.
Whoops.
So yeah, the supposed Artemis mission is supposed to be laying the groundwork for the base that we're going to build there now. After 30 to 40 years of not going to the moon, we're apparently going to build a base now.
There's already been a base there. I'm pretty sure they want to make nuclear whatever there, right?
Yep.
Nuclear
I think it's just
power,
like
blah blah blah.
yeah, like I was saying, I think it's just a big publicity stunt so that way when other stuff starts getting revealed, they can play it off on the fact of current progress rather than technology they were sitting on.
I think they're also just keeping the seat warm for the Project Bluebeam or whatever. Be like, whoa, we found an alien on the moon.
Yep. Look at that.
Look at this,
They're
it's a
invading.
gray. And little do many know, they probably just manufacture the gray bodies on the moon anyways, just to make it more convenient.
There's a new Y-Files video. It's about an older subject, but I don't think you've heard about it before if you want us to check that out. Up to you. We've already discussed quite a bit.
What topic is it?
Let me see what the title of it is. It's called Earth is a Prison.
Oh, I mean,
That's delightful sounding.
kind of. I mean, that sounds fun, I guess.
Good times. Earth is a prison.
Is it like the reincarnation kind of thing?
Yeah, it touches on that. Yep.
The 3 days ago one?
Yep.
It's a fun theory. The soul factory on the moon. The tower that recycles your soul when you die.
Yep.
This episode
It
of the
plays
Live
with that
Files
idea
is brought
too.
to you by the
What's
Wellness
interesting
Company.
about this? Let me add this real quick before you start. What's
Okay.
interesting about this particular story is there are elements of it that continue to get recycled in stories before and after, and so not necessarily saying that this particular story is true, because I think they do a pretty good job of debunking it. But there are elements of it that just seem to hit too close to home. You know what I mean? That you just kind of feel it in your soul, like something about this, maybe not all of it, but something about this is right. Something about this just feels right.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's also like the theory that not necessarily reincarnation, but that like your soul has lived in the spiritual realm before it inhabited your human body. So like, in a way, you have existed
Exactly.
for, you know,
and then there's like
a long time.
people talk about all kinds of other crazy concepts, and I say crazy not because I'm pooping on them, but just crazy is because like the general population is like, wow, that's woo woo. You know, stuff like soul contracts and
Right.
you know, soul recycling, you know, machines and things like that. Okay, that's my done rambling now.
In 2007, Lawrence Spencer found a thick envelope in his mailbox. It was full of military documents from the 1940s. Some were routine duty rosters and schedule memos. Some were stamped top secret. But all were from Roswell Army Airfield. Spencer also found transcripts of strange interviews. At first, they couldn't communicate with the subject. The military brought in translators, scientists, even cryptographers, but nothing worked. Finally, they learned the only way to communicate was telepathically. And there were pages of predictions, warnings, strange technology, and a secret war. Nothing made sense. Then Spencer found a page that explained everything. It said Roswell AAF, 509th Bomb Group, Alien Interview, July 8th, 1947.
You see, that means your baby is still alive.
Yeah, a human. I'm dying.
You're not dying.
I went to urgent care yesterday with a scratchy throat. I sat in the waiting room for 5. I did. I shot it Algerie.
So I sure did.
Did you see his
So
camel
let me
girlfriend
ask you
back
this.
there?
What if the sore throat and fever that dead of the king is and use that kid's Thank you.
Yeah, he just flagged Gertie at 165 degrees. That's medium well, human. Yeah, I know, baby, I know. I don't think it's funny either.
Matilda McElroy was a nurse in the U.S. Army, and she had a secret that could get her killed, so she kept her mouth shut. Then she got cancer. With only a few weeks to live, Matilda packed up a stack of military documents and mailed them
She
to
was
Lawrence
contaminated.
Spencer. She read his book about unexplained phenomena, the Oz factors. She decided he was the only person who might take her seriously. Her letter was handwritten and desperate.
I have kept this secret for 60 years. Now I'm 84 years old. I decided to tell this story because I think people should know the truth.
Her story started July 8th, 1947. Matilda was a flight nurse with the Women's Army Air Force assigned to the 509th Bomb Group at Roswell. When she got to base that morning, she knew something happened. There were armed guards at places that didn't have guards yesterday. Unfamiliar faces everywhere. Some wore uniforms, some wore suits, but all of them seemed nervous. Matilda was on her way to the station hospital when 2 MPs asked her to follow them. They were polite enough, but she knew it wasn't a request. A colonel met her at the entrance of a hangar. He told her that a craft came down in the desert. Matilda thought it was strange he used the word it. She had no idea what it could be until they went into a dimly lit room at the back of the hangar. And there in the corner, sitting on a small chair, was a being. About 3 feet tall, gray skin, large head, no hair,
I don't know
3
why,
fingers
but
on each
the way
hand,
they did
no
this
nose,
gray
no mouth.
animation, it actually looks kind of cute.
Cute?
Yeah, I mean, most of the time grays look kind of sinister. I don't know what they did, but this one looks kind of, at least thoughtful, you know? Like it doesn't have necessarily bad intentions. It's just there.
They're gonna make it look like it's a little chibi gray alien, and that's how they're gonna get you. I'm like, oh, cute little guy.
Yep, exactly. Hey, they're just vessels. You can put good or evil in there, and that's up to you.
That's true.
No ears. Its body didn't look biological, more like a doll made of plastic or rubber. No internal organs, no reproductive system.
Yeah, hairless plastic doll body with no reproductive system. Sounds like it was just Ken.
Please, I don't need Mattel's lawyers coming after me.
Fine. Hairless plastic doll body with no reproductive system. Sounds like that thing you got hidden in your closet.
Okay, can I get back?
Technically, your doll kind of has a reproductive system.
That's enough. The men were treating it like a problem to solve. Matilda treated it like a patient. She walked over calmly and sat down next to it. No visible injuries, no bleeding. Whatever this thing was, it didn't seem to be in pain. She leaned forward to speak, and before she opened her mouth, a thought entered her mind. But the thought wasn't hers.
Not injured. The body I occupy is not a body such as yours. I do not require food or atmosphere, but I need water.
Matilda expected to be afraid, but she wasn't. The thoughts were calm, familiar.
Oh, of course it needs water. That's how they're going to be like, so they're on Mars. Or they're on the moon. There's water there.
He's drank.
No, there's water particles.
She sensed this being was female and she wasn't dangerous. Matilda introduced herself with a thought, and the being responded the same way.
I'm called Errol. You are the only one here who does not hide their thoughts from me.
She interviewed Errol for 6 weeks. The transcripts filled hundreds of pages. Errol told Matilda about a war that had been going on for thousands of years across thousands of galaxies. A war that most humans didn't know about, and couldn't. Because, according to Errol, humans aren't what they think they are. Not even close.
Y'all are the aliens, we're the natives. Fuck you.
Matilda spent 6 weeks telepathically communicating with an alien being who called herself Errol. Errol was an officer from the Domain, a civilization that controlled about 1/4 of the physical universe. Not the galaxy, the universe.
The Domain has operated in this region of space for trillions of years. Our civilization is ancient, above all others. Our only goal is to progress.
The Domain operated on planets, moons, and asteroids across thousands of galaxies, but they weren't alone. An older civilization called the Old Empire had controlled this region of space for a very long time. And the Old Empire ran things differently.
The
Where the Domain
dinosaurs.
expanded through exploration, the Old Empire maintained control through force, nuclear weapons, electronic warfare, and mind control on a planetary scale.
Mind control on a planetary scale. Wow. I think the CIA just lit a cigarette and said, that usually doesn't happen that fast.
The two civilizations fought for thousands of years. Eventually, the Domain won. The war was over. Or it should have been. The problem was, the Old Empire had bases, equipment, and automated systems scattered across thousands of worlds. Most shut down when the government fell, but some systems kept running on their own, and one of them was in our solar system. Errol was sent to investigate. Her craft was hit by an electrical discharge that knocked out navigation. She crashed outside Roswell. Matilda asked how she survived the crash. Why wasn't she injured or in pain?
I am an ISBE, an immortal spiritual being. An ISBE exists as pure awareness.
There's a
We can
personality
create,
type now.
move, and perceive across any distance. We only use physical form as a tool.
So, bodies are optional. Errol's people put one on for a mission, then took it off when the job was done. The gray body sitting in that chair at Roswell was just a vehicle. Errol explained that every conscious being in the universe is an immortal spiritual being, even humans. But Matilda said humans aren't immortal, and they obviously can't project their consciousness anywhere in the universe.
You can, and you have for many years, but not since you were sent here.
Then you got
That's
fucked
when Errol
over.
explained the truth about Earth. It wasn't a planet. It was a prison.
It's a prison. I mean,
I mean, it is pretty
Errol
shitty
said
around here.
all
so.
humans are ISBEs,
That's also
and were
beautiful,
trapped in the universe
though.
as pure consciousness for thousands or
There's so
even
much
millions of
beauty on the
years. We even have memories of our infinite lives, but we're cut off from our abilities
They
because
just
Earth is a
did
prison.
that to make it look.
The Old Empire built the prison around 8000 BC and started filling it. Political dissidents, artists, free thinkers, anyone the regime considered dangerous. The Old Empire called them untouchables. That's us.
They put free thinkers
Ooh,
in prison.
pause for a second.
It sounds like Facebook.
I heard watched a different video that talked about this same account, same story, and one of the things I thought was kind of endearing was this idea that most of us stuck here on Earth are political prisoners. And according to this little gray, she said that that's the reason why Earth has the most amount of like artists and creative people and free thinkers and inventors, because they're all fucking political prisoners. I was like, that would check out. That would make sense to me.
I think it's more likely I guess like in the Bible kind of explains like Satan has rule on this planet or whatever, and he wants you to be miserable. So he's like farming you like the Monsters Inc. factory.
Oh, yeah.
Like I don't know if it's
Totally,
like
for
so
sure.
much like you were put here to be punished kind of prison.
No, not at all. But also,
Right.
like we're talking about just this idea that so it was established for let's call it spiritual energy farming, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then anytime the old empire came across somebody who was too free thinking, that was against rallied the people against their empire or whatever, they would send them here too. I just thought that was an interesting concept.
I mean, that is how the devil would spin it. I was such a free thinker, That's why he cast me out of heaven. I was
Somebody said that
free
fit.
spirited. What can I say?
Yeah, and somebody said that fish knows a lot.
I don't know.
2021.
It does.
Oh, Canada today.
Okay.
And England.
I got it. Billions of us dumped on a backwater planet at the edge of the galaxy, placed into fragile bodies that suffer, age, and die. Death should set the spirit free, but a shield around the solar system prevents escape. If Earth was the prison, the shield was the fence. Errol described each step the way an engineer describes a machine. When a person dies, the shield detects the spirit and pulls it into a processing station. There, memories are wiped, not just of the last life, of every previous life. Gone. Then the old empire runs a second program, hypnotic implants. They project images directly into the spirit's awareness, a tunnel of light, dead loved ones, spiritual guides. That's why all near-death
See, I have
experiences
a fun theory, is that it's kind of a hybrid of this. It's like maybe you get reincarnated if you don't believe in Jesus, but you also weren't particularly a devil worshiper, right? Maybe you go straight to hell if you like pledge your allegiance to Satan, and maybe you get saved if you have Jesus and you don't have to go back into the system. Maybe if you are neither extreme, maybe you go back into the system to try again, re-roll.
I think the system. This is my personal opinion. I think the system blocks us from joining, the actual afterlife, which I think does really truly exist. But I think the system, for the most part, blocks a lot of it and recycles it. So I still think there's a God, there's Jesus, there is an afterlife, but a lot of us get bounced back to this crap hole for some reason.
Right. That's interesting.
Which, is
Same
kind of
across
close
cultures.
to what the Buddhists think, too.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the programming. None of it's real. It's a recycling system disguised as an afterlife. Then memories are implanted, creation stories and moral codes designed to trigger guilt and obedience. Once the spirit is wiped and reprogrammed, it's sent back to Earth in a new infant body. Die, forget, return. This was control that spanned across lifetimes.
Control across lifetimes. Well, that sounds like my ex-wife's wet dream.
See, the only problem I have with this theory is that this theory depends entirely upon new babies being born. Right? Because it's like, if we're
Right.
not replacing ourselves, then this theory doesn't hold up. Like, if we're not
Right.
being born, as fast as we're dying off, then where are those souls going?
Right, unless you consider the idea that the system itself has like a cache of storage, so that way if the population isn't producing as fast, then they just sit there until they do.
Right, but then what determines who is reborn and who isn't?
First come, first serve.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true or if that would make sense.
But I would think that that probably isn't an issue, considering how overpopulated we always are. So
Maybe if you're too happy in life, they choose not to reincarnate you. They only reincarnate the most miserable fuckers.
we want you to be miserable.
They're
Stop.
like, this
having
soul's too
fun."
happy. Let's just keep them in the purgatory for now.
Yeah, somebody said first in, first out.
Which ex-wife?
Oh, treat them. Perpetuity is their love language.
Every religion, every war, every system of power, all part of the prison design. Even rapid biological aging is a containment tool. The domain conquered the old empire thousands of years ago, but the Earth prison operates on its own. Its systems are still active. But Errol said there is a way out. You have to do the one thing the entire prison is built to prevent. You have to remember.
Remember who you are. You are my son.
Errol said the real history behind the prison, the planet, everything was much more complicated than we thought. We were part of an intergalactic space opera and didn't know it. Biological life on Earth wasn't natural, none of it. Every species on the planet was designed, manufactured, and shipped here by galactic corporations billions of years ago.
This part's,
One company,
I don't
and
know
Errol
what the hell's
used
going on
this
here, but
name,
it's interesting.
was called
It's
Bugs
wild.
and Blossoms. They made insects and flowers. Another company built the larger animals. And these weren't science experiments or research, they were products. Even predator-prey relationships were a marketing scheme. If your company sold gazelles, you also sold lions. More species sold, more profit. Sexual reproduction was a...
The issue is, how come they're not making more rhinos? What happened to that company? Why'd they go, did they go bankrupt? Why?
cost-cutting measure. Instead of constantly replacing
People said, what the
organisms
hell
when
am
they
I going to
died,
do with that?
Yeah, what happened to the dinosaur companies? Why did we stop making those? That seems like a great way to suffer. I don't know.
you just let them replace themselves.
Dinosaur
and Earth's
companies
greatest
got replaced
minds
by
weren't
giant
homegrown
spider
either.
companies.
They were reincarnated ISBs. Their genius was bleed-through from their previous lives as some of the finest officers in the domain. Leonardo da Vinci sketched flying machines and submarines 400 years before anyone could build them. Mozart composed complete symphonies as a child. Nikola Tesla built machines the rest of the world wouldn't understand for decades. Errol said they weren't in...
Wait, so is now the theory that they're remembering future lives?
No, that they're remembering previous lives and... Oh, no, I'm sorry, excuse me. You have to... The idea is that, you know, these souls, right? They're not necessarily human or alien or anything. They're just souls, and they come from all over the place. So let's say one gets recycled into a person who becomes Tesla. Tesla is starting to remember bits and pieces of things that he's done on other worlds in other times. Even if they're futuristic to us, they would have already been in the past.
I don't know. Kind of a stretch.
Inventing. They were remembering.
Justice for Salieri!
What?
Yeah, Amadeus?
Oh, right. F. Murray Abraham was great in that.
Yeah, but his name is unfortunate. It
I
just
think
sounds-
it's more likely that history is just much more advanced than we like to admit. And like, you know, like people had more technology than we teach.
It's like someone is mad at Murray Abraham.
That's also very
Thousands
possible.
of domain officers had been captured and dumped on Earth over the centuries. Trained pilots, engineers, specialists. Errol called them the Lost Battalion. Matilda felt a sudden wave of emotion. Guilt, anger, resentment. Emotions she couldn't explain. Errol sensed this and placed a gentle thought in Matilda's mind.
The feelings you are having are understandable. This is because you know I am telling you the truth. You know this because you lived it.
According to Errol, one of the trapped officers of the Lost Battalion was the nurse sitting across the table.
Dang! Plot twist.
8,000
What would you do if
years
you found
ago,
out
the
you
old
were one of
empire
the
was gone.
battalion, Ammo?
One of the what?
One of the Lost Battalion.
What is a battalion again?
Well,
this
they're
case?
going to go into a little bit more detail, but basically it's a group of the alien beings that came here and then were lost. They got captured and stuffed in the system.
I thought it was a human stuck in the system.
Well, I mean, it's souls in general.
Oh.
So, like, even if you came here in little gray alien bodies, if you got captured by the old empire, they'll stuff you in the system, and it's just your soul going through the system.
I don't know. I feel like if I'm going off a theory that souls are eternal, whether they've manifested in a physical body or not before, then I mean, we're all part of whatever old shit is. I don't know.
But the prison system
Well,
in our
well,
solar
you'll see
system
what
was
he
still...
means.
We're all old.
Well, they're going to describe what the Lost Battalion is. You'll see in a second.
running autonomously. The domain deployed a specialized battalion to shut it down. 3,000 officers and engineers built a base high in the Himalayas. The mountains kept them out of sight. Their mission was not to interfere with humans, their mission was to free them. They spent months mapping the solar system. They identified the processing stations, scanning equipment, and
That
old
lizard
Empire
guy's
technology that was hidden.
Oh
from
yeah, now you're gonna tell us that the reptiles are trying to help us and the serpents are trying to free us. Sure.
No, those
Years.
reptilians were supposed to be part of the old empire, and they were beating that guy to make the pyramids.
Yeah, well, that's not what his words said. That's what the visual said.
The officers finally had a plan to take the system down. Then they were detected. The automated defenses didn't see them as citizens of the domain. They were seen as escaped inmates.
That's the battalion.
All 3,000 were captured and processed. They were wiped, reprogrammed, then loaded into human bodies. The officers were sent into the general population. The domain called them the Lost Battalion, and they are still here walking among us with no idea who they really are. Matilda was one of the captured officers. Her ability to communicate telepathically wasn't just random talent. It was training that bled through the amnesia.
Training that bled through? So she's like Jason Bourne. But instead of karate, she got vibes?
Telepathy.
Potato.
Her instinct to approach the alien with compassion, her sense of something familiar, her knowledge that Errol wasn't a threat, these were echoes of her former life. The domain search for...
Nah, I think the diamonds or aliens or whatever could communicate telepathically with everyone. It's just propaganda, so she feels special and believes them more.
The Lost Battalion for thousands of years, using equipment to detect spiritual energy. But centuries of reincarnation scattered that energy across billions of lifetimes. Identification was almost impossible. Matilda was the breakthrough. Through her contact with Errol, she started recovering memories of her original identity. She saw images of spacecraft. She understood technology she couldn't explain in English. She recognized the techniques the prison used to keep her asleep. For the first time in 8,000 years, a captured domain officer knew who she really was. But that created a problem, because now the military knew it too.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun. Now that you think you've downloaded knowledge from the diamonds and believe it, now you're gonna be put into our military system, and we're gonna experiment on you.
Yep. Now the real probing begins.
Over 6 weeks, Matilda and Errol rebuilt something the prison had destroyed 8,000 years ago. A connection between two domain officers. But Errol shared knowledge that put them both at risk. The military recorded every word Matilda said, but what they couldn't record was the telepathy itself. The communication that happened before Matilda spoke out loud. The stenographer got what Matilda chose to share. The rest was invisible. That arrangement worked as long as the military trusted Matilda. Eventually, that trust ran out. On August 12th, they separated Matilda from Errol. They wanted the alien on their own terms. No nurse, no telepathy. But Errol wouldn't cooperate, so the military decided to use force. Matilda watched from behind the glass partition. They brought in electroshock equipment and attached probes to Errol's head. They started low. When she didn't respond, they increased the current.
Well, if it's just a vessel, then she wouldn't
Electroshock.
respond, right?
The military thought they were innovating.
They don't have
it was
to
the
be
same
in the
tool the
vessel
old
at all
empire
times. You
used
can
to wipe
leave.
memories. Errol didn't resist, didn't react. She looked at Matilda one last time through the glass, and then she was gone. 1 second, awareness behind those large eyes, and the next,
Yeah, she just was
nothing.
like, I'm out,
Just
peace.
a lifeless gray doll on a table. The military spent hours trying to bring her back, but nothing worked. And Matilda knew nothing would. She wasn't sad that Errol was gone. She was relieved.
Here, pause that for a
And the
second.
military noticed.
You know what I think of that situation as being fucked up is because even though she knew that she could just leave that body and not suffer any pain, you still are exiting while on Earth. So technically speaking, she had no choice but to get stuffed back into the system, and her brain or her memories wiped.
I don't know if that necessarily. I don't know if it applies to diamonds. Because she has so much knowledge of older shit, right? I don't think.
We're talking about in the context. We're talking about in the context of this story, like besides what our personal beliefs might be.
I don't know. I feel
Because
like if she
anybody
she had her memories wiped, then she wouldn't. It wouldn't be like the first time, right? Like I don't know.
No, because she's from outside the Earth, right? Supposedly, her mission, which ended up being a crash in Roswell, has her on Earth, but she didn't intend to be stuck here, and she definitely didn't intend to be ejected from her
Then
body.
she also said the body was a vessel.
Right, but what I'm
So
saying
then
is
she may not be from space. She could have been part of the initial Project Bluebeam.
Okay. Now you're just adding your own stuff.
I'm just her story. The math ain't mathing. I'm trying to follow what you're putting down, but she's contradicted herself enough in this video.
What I'm trying to say is that if Earth is stuck in this prison, right? Anybody who enters the prison, let's say their vehicle is a car, right? You're fine and you're safe in your car, but if you get out of the car, then you're in the prison and you can't get back in your car.
I don't know if that lines up though with the interdimensional travel.
But according to this story, they're not talking about interdimensional travel.
It sounded like it was interdimensional when she said the body was a vessel.
That's just the souls being put into bodies.
It sounded more like possession. I don't know.
But it's just possession. But this process, her process, the gray body itself, it is an artificial version of that. You know what I mean? Rather than just your regular reincarnation.
Right.
Whatever Errol shared with Matilda during those 6 weeks, whether it was written down or not, could never be revealed. She was forced to sign documents swearing absolute secrecy. If she ever spoke a word, she'd be convicted of treason and put to death. So she signed.
1947. The government covers up Roswell. They silence a telepathic nurse. Jackie Robinson breaks the color barrier. Big year for...
Pieced together memories of her old life as a domain officer. She understood the technology and the techniques the prison used to keep us trapped. She knew how to help, but time was running out. She was 83. Her body was failing. Soon she would die and lose her knowledge of the domain and the old empire. She would lose her ability to break the cycle. By 2007, she was out of time. The package she sent to Lawrence Spencer was a desperate and final attempt.
I'll be recycled through the amnesia process and stuck back into another baby body to start all over again, without any memory of what went before. These documents must be published.
In 2008, Spencer released the transcripts as Alien Interview. It became one of the most famous alien contact cases in UFO history. But Matilda didn't live long enough to see it. She died before the book was released. The system that imprisoned her for thousands of years had pulled her back in, wiped, reprogrammed, and sent back to Earth. So there's someone out there right now who has Matilda's memories and the knowledge of thousands of lifetimes. She would be about 17 or 18 years old. She might be working a summer job, studying for finals, stressing about college. Most nights she scrolls through her phone, watching videos, texting with friends. But on those rare quiet nights, I bet she has a strange feeling that she's part of something bigger, that she's important, that she has a purpose that she can't explain. She has no idea.
See, I think this is demon propaganda so that people think that they're special, and then wanting to be special so badly, they listen to the demons and they get deceived.
You don't want to be special, Ammo?
I feel like I could be special just as I am. I don't need to go seek specialness. It's the seeking of wanting to be special, feeling like you're not special. It's like a FOMO effect on a spiritual level that gets people to be deceived by the demons.
Well, then I think you will like AJ's final thoughts at the end of this video.
Idea that somewhere buried deep in her consciousness, underneath the homework and the drama and the phone that never stops, she has the knowledge to save the world. Alien Interview was a hit. People couldn't put it down. Some said the book didn't feel like reading, it felt like remembering. People wanted to know more about Matilda. What was her life like after Roswell? Does she have children or grandchildren? And the question everyone asked, who was Matilda now? In what body? Where? And if they could find her, they could help her remember. If they worked together, maybe we could finally be free of the prison. The first thing they looked for was her service record. It didn't exist. The military had no record of Matilda O'Donnell McElroy. But according to the book, she changed her name and was put into witness protection. She couldn't be tracked by name. But maybe there were clues in the transcripts, and there were. But there were also small problems. The transcript used words like computer and database in 1947. Those terms weren't common until the 1960s. The date stamps used European formatting, day first, then month, instead of American military style. An Army nurse writing classified reports wouldn't format dates this way. But Spencer said he edited some of the material for clarity, but didn't change the content, so it's possible his additions included some modern language. Then a reader caught something in chapter 11. In an interview dated July 9, 1947, Errol mentioned Jonas Salk as an example of great human genius. Salk was alive in 1947, but he wasn't that well known. He was just a medical researcher. He didn't become famous until 1955 when he developed the polio vaccine. But maybe Errol had a different concept of time. She was pure consciousness who could travel anywhere in the universe. Maybe she could move through time too. Most people were satisfied with these explanations, but some weren't. The real problems began when researchers cross-referenced Errol's claims against other books. All the evidence was pointing in the same direction. Lawrence Spencer made the whole thing up. But the truth is, he didn't. Readers were outraged. Was the book fact or fiction? Did Errol exist? Was Matilda a real person? Well, Spencer said Matilda was real. He even spoke to her on the phone for 20 minutes. She died a few months later. Now that seemed too convenient. Skeptics wanted to see the documents Matilda sent, but Spencer destroyed them. The transcripts, the letters, all of it.
Why would you do that?
I burned all the original documents.
Right.
I don't want to spend the rest of my life being hounded by UFO researchers or government agents.
He destroyed the evidence. That's not what an innocent man does. That's what a Clinton does.
Whoa, what is our rule?
We don't joke about the Clintons.
Right.
Did he also smash his computer with a hammer?
That's enough.
Sorry. I couldn't help myself. Go on.
So the witness was dead and the only physical evidence was destroyed. Spencer was now in full defensive mode. He went on radio shows and said the interview really happened. He corrected anyone who said he wrote the book. He was only the editor. He just published what Matilda sent him. But to put any final doubts to rest, Spencer wrote a sequel. The book Domain Expeditionary Force Rescue Mission came out in 2011. It was labeled as science fiction. This time, Matilda is rescued from the prison planet and back on active duty with the Domain. Same characters, same mythology. Immortal spiritual beings trapped in physical bodies, given amnesia and recycled into new lives. Now these were common sci-fi tropes. So were implants, mind control, memory wipes. These details caught the attention of Bill Ryan, who went through Alien Interview line by line. Ryan was a UFO researcher and the founder of Project Avalon. The more Ryan studied Alien Interview, the more familiar it sounded. Doll bodies, implant stations between lives, the galactic war between rival civilizations, the prison planet, religions designed as alien control tools, all described as a space opera. These concepts weren't unique. They were stolen, in some cases word for word. And Bill Ryan knew exactly where they came from. The Church of Scientology.
Oh! Getting deep. You know, it's so weird to drive around LA and
Spencer's
like,
book thanked Wikipedia in the acknowledgments.
Scientology
he said the
churches.
material relied heavily on its page about Roswell. Thanking Wikipedia is not a good sign. And in 2000, he sent an email to Graham Hancock where he admitted he'd been a Scientologist for 31 years. He said a good deal of his earlier book applied the principles of L. Ron Hubbard. Now, he was talking about the Oz factors, but that tells the whole story. Spencer spent most of his life as a Scientologist. His first book applied Hubbard's principles through the lens of The Wizard of Oz. His second book applied the same principles through the lens of Roswell. And remember, his first book, The Oz Factors, was the book Matilda read. It was the reason she chose Spencer as the one person who might take her seriously. The origin story of the entire case traced back to a book based on Scientology.
Yeah, so the whole thing is a conspiracy based on a religion, based on a sci-fi writer, huh? This is like an L. Ron Hubbard turducken.
I don't
Where's
see-
Shelly?
But choosing Roswell for his next book was a good idea. The UFO community spent decades collecting real testimony from real people who were actually at Roswell. Military officers, intelligence agents, morticians, nurses, people who came forward at the end of their lives with nothing to gain and plenty to lose. Those witnesses exist. Their stories overlap in ways that are hard to dismiss. Spencer used that real mystery as his foundation. He built fiction on top of facts. That makes it feel real and grounded. And look, millions of people love this book. The reviews are amazing. People describe reading it in one sitting. More than a few said the story matched their memories. One person called it the most important book ever written. These people felt something. The source material was fake, but the emotion was real. The prison planet idea does something most explanations of life don't do. It tells you your suffering has a cause. Your limitations are artificial. You're not a random biological accident on an unremarkable rock. You're an immortal being with suppressed power, trapped by forces beyond your control. And someday, if enough people wake up, the prison walls come down. It's a beautiful idea, but it's made up. But maybe that's the real lesson. Not that we got fooled, but that we were so ready to be. Spencer succeeded because people want a reason for why life is so hard. A guy who lost his wife to cancer reads this book and thinks maybe she's still out there somewhere, trapped in the cycle, just waiting to remember. A kid who never fit in thinks maybe she's something more than what the world tells her she is. That's not gullibility, that's hope. And maybe that's enough. We all know how this ends. Nobody gets out alive. And knowing that can feel like a curse. But it also means that every day you get is important. So don't waste time looking for a prison to blame or a cycle to break. Focus on joy right now. If you treat every day like it's your last,
That's
knowing
right.
you're gonna die
if
isn't
you're
a
happy
curse.
enough,
It's
they
a
won't want to recycle you. You're not miserable enough to bother going through life again if they're trying to farm misery. Be happy, damn it.
gift. So treat it like no.
I agree. Because if the prison exists, we ain't breaking
Thank
it
you so much
anytime
for hanging
soon.
out with me today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish.
Yeah, and
Don't listen to Damon propaganda. If some gray thing comes and tries to tell you shit, don't listen to it. Tell
Don't
it,
listen
you
to the
gray
demon.
sack of shit. You don't know nothing about me.
Whoa, whoa,
you.
whoa. Don't blame it all on the Greys, okay? Poor Greys. They get all the bad rap.
They should. No one likes gray. It's so uncolorful.
It does make me wonder, though, that, like, okay, so I've had this concept floating around in my brain that some interactions, not all, but some interactions that we have with Greys are actually just the deep state recreating them, right? Like recreating their own versions to do whatever they want.
Wow.
And I kept thinking to myself, God, you know how fucked up that would be? Like if you were an actual Grey, like I don't know, like from another planet, another dimension, and to see these human fucks making their own versions of you and making them run around do bad shit.
Well, if it's the Aleister Crowley thing, right? It's like the gray bodies, the gray vessels are just based on actual demon appearances.
Sure. Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know.
Look, it's Drugo.
Who looks like Drugo? Oh, in
No,
the
I
chat.
said it's Drugo.
Oh, okay.
Like literally,
I thought you went on
literally
the
in chat.
screen. I was like, I don't see anyone.
I don't see no Drugos. All I see is a damn Grey. Do, do, do. All right, what do you feel like doing next?
I don't know. Did I miss anything else with like global war or anything?
With the war, like in Iran?
Yeah, besides the block, the barricade or whatever.
Yeah. It's hard for me to talk about it without sounding just fucking really rude and inconsiderate. You know? Because, like, I understand there are lots of innocent people being affected by this.
Right.
Duh, I know, I get it. But then on the same hand, I'm also aware that it's bullshit. It's so much bullshit. And I think that's the worst part, you know? Had there actually been, had there been an actual legitimate reason to do this? Cool, but not really.
I don't know. We'll never know the reasons for war, the real reasons.
No. Do you want to see an ancient history subject video?
How ancient?
Like, talking about Sumerian type shit and whatnot.
Sumerians. I feel like I'm summed out.
I'm Sumerianed out.
That's right.
Fair enough.
The only update I saw with the war stuff was that allegedly America said Uno reverse to Iran's barrier. They said, we're not stuck here with you, you're stuck here with us. And then now they have the advantage for the world's source of fuel, energy, whatever. I don't know if there's anything else I missed.
It's an interesting narrative, I think, because a lot of times what we're being told doesn't exactly make sense. Even if you take out every possible conspiracy theory and just throw it away, and just look at just the straight quote unquote facts that the news is telling us about the war, a lot of it just doesn't check out or make any sense. Where it's just like, okay, so now what are you going to do, Trump? And then Trump's over there with his dartboard trying to figure out what to do next.
Is that the only thing, really? Just the trade blockade?
Yeah, just the Strait of Hormuz being blocked. Okay.
Maybe that's what he was trying to distract from with all of his trolling lately.
He was trying to distract from what?
Just the military advancements. Progression.
Yeah, it's not been a very, I don't know, it's very strange. Like, we just jumped into this war and it was supposed to be like super, super bad news, but then it seems like, nothing has progressed on either side. Oh, there was supposed to be a ceasefire maybe a week ago, maybe.
For who?
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was on Easter. It was because we were just like being like, oh well, a lot of people celebrate something religious at this time, so let's have a ceasefire. And then Israel fired on Iran like the day after.
Typical.
I was like, okay, well, so much for that. Guess we're going back to it.
They said Easter means nothing to us.
Yeah, exactly. Silent Scream said, we didn't just jump in. Israel started it and we backed them. The defense secretary said so. Okay.
Wow.
Yes, that's exactly how it went down. But Silent Scream, what you have to ask yourself, and we talked about this on a couple streams back, is we have had prior issues and prior plans to go to war with Iran for 30 years. Why did we decide to just jump in now?
It's the progression of the one world government. It's just another move on the chessboard.
Yeah, it lines up with something that works to their advantage.
America positions itself as the one end-all be-all of oil and energy, then it can better facilitate leading the one world government.
Yeah, because it's interesting also to note that any other war or conflict that we've had with the Middle East in the past has, for the most part, usually been backed up by NATO. But this one has not. I find that to be historically interesting. I think we're boring Drugo.
Yawn.
He doesn't care about the war at all.
Well, he likes chaos, so I mean, you think that'd be up his alley, but. Any new games?
What else? Any new games? That's what she should be asking Drugo. That's his. Tell him to get in chat. He said no.
Every time a game comes out, it's always way more disappointing than they led us to believe.
The only thing I'm hyped for is early access for Subnautica 2 this year.
For what?
Subnautica 2.
Oh, that's the underwater exploration game.
Yup. But it's going through a lot of legal trouble because they got bought by some other company earlier this year, or actually last year. And it's a long, complicated legal story, but basically they were trying to fuck over the guys who made Subnautica, and now they're trying to play nice. So we'll see what happens. Somebody said play Subnautica, it's so good. I think it's good. I don't know. Oh, you have?
Yeah, in the past.
I was gonna say I don't know if it's up your alley, but
It was okay.
I really enjoyed it.
It was interesting.
And then everybody shat on the expansion. I'm not gonna call it a sequel because it's not actually a sequel. It's more like a DLC. But whatever. I thought that was interesting too. I thought it was fun. Is that Nick?
Yeah, in the background.
Tell him to go buy the UFO coin.
It's not out yet, is it?
Well, not yet, but gotta get those pre-orders in, you know?
Do they have pre-orders up?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Let's actually see if there's anything on that damn website yet at all.
Doesn't seem like it yet.
Nope, not yet. Lame. They should at least put a coming soon banner on there or something. Come on, you're not selling it, guys.
Yeah.
Lame.
True. Why AI CEOs are building bunkers.
Let's just do it. Let's watch it. Who's the video posted by?
Though. Chris
what is the
Oh, I have no idea who that is.
I don't know either. I don't know who Tristan Harris is either.
Uh-oh. We're in unmarked territory here.
Oh, man.
Maybe put it on 2 times and we'll see if it's worth the crap. And then if it starts getting dumb, we can just skip it. Wait, hold on. Maybe we should just ask Chat. Chat, you got any good videos? I can't be always the one providing the good stuff.
Let's jump to, are we headed towards anti-human future?
What do you mean anti-human?
Oh, some transhumanism shit?
Let's dive into this. So
I don't know.
There's something in economics called the resource curse. So think countries like Venezuela or Sudan, where you discover that country is sitting on top of a really valuable resource like oil. And then once a bunch of your GDP comes from oil and not from the labor or innovation or development of your people, you invest more in oil infrastructure and not investing in people. You don't invest in education. You don't invest in healthcare because oil is where you get your GDP and your growth from. Okay. This is a well-known fact in economics. It's called the resource curse. There's a wonderful guy named Luke Drago who wrote a piece called The Intelligence Curse. We are about to enter a world where GDP for countries comes more from data centers and intelligence and AI.
Hold on. This chatter said, I sent you Discord, but you ignored, so I assume you are fallen angels or psyops as you watch trash videos compared to the real one. The fact that you just said this makes me not want to watch any of your videos. Like, you can't... Are you fucking retarded? Probably.
Why are you a psyop?
Then is going to come from the labor of human beings. So everyone's talking about how AI is going to automate all these jobs, and then we'll all just like sit back with universal basic income and become painters and poets. And is that actually what's going to happen? Or when countries get almost all of their revenue from AI, and a smaller and smaller percentage from people, do they have an incentive to invest in childcare, healthcare, education, the well-being of their people? Or is it basically just hook them up to the social media addiction economy, keep them busy, while basically all the revenue comes from AI companies? And so what I'm trying to get at is, this is not a human future. This is not a future that's in service of regular people. This is
society has not been in service of regular people for a long time.
This is a future that's in service of 8
That's
soon-to-be
not new.
trillionaires who will consolidate all the wealth and disempower basically everybody else.
Wait, this hasn't already happened? What do you mean?
Does that make sense?
It does, because
What?
previously, in order to
Maybe he's
you need
from the
high-powered
past.
stuff.
Yeah, this is a big conversation.
Yeah, exactly. They've started a fucking trend. It's so funny when no one in the room wants to crack their can in case it interrupts the conversation. So one goes and it's a Mexican wave of can opens around there. It's good.
Yeah.
So previously you would have had to look after the humans. Healthcare, education, quality of life.
Also, tax revenue comes from people, right?
Well, you would have to look after them because they were the primary economic engine.
That's right.
And so they feed themselves.
Yes.
Economically, they feed themselves.
Exactly.
People that are
This
young.
is kind of talking about what we were saying. If we progress so much to where like we have self-driving cars and robots have taken the jobs and lots of things are AI, what's going to happen with all the people that have no purpose anymore?
Help to support the people that are old.
That's right.
The ones that are entering the workforce and are driving innovation and are working 40, 60-hour weeks, double jobs, all the rest of it.
Exactly.
And then there's all people who've got 401ks and pensions and shit like that.
Right.
Your position is that if we have a world where the human part of the contribution to economic growth and GDP is removed because it is humans consuming AI, but AI driving and data centers driving the revenue itself, beyond building the data centers, there's very little, and I imagine much of that's done by robots in any case.
Well, we have this joke that most people's occupation in the future we're headed towards with AI is to become a coffin builder. So in other words, your job is to create the thing that replaces you and obsoletes you. So you are essentially building the coffin for your future obsolescence.
Yeah.
And so if you're short term, yes, we need the electricians and the plumbers and we're building data centers. Short term, yes, you can be a programmer and get the benefit from vibe coding. But then the AIs are learning on all the things that you're doing. And it's taking all the training data of what you're doing with AI and it's using that to train an AI that can take your job. So everybody using AI now to help them is also training the future AIs that will completely replace them. And again, the explicit goal, this is not my opinion. This is literally the mission statement of all of the AI companies because the multi-trillion-dollar...
Camo said the infrastructure won't be run by AI like y'all think. That's kind of where I stand on it.
No, I don't think the infrastructure... Like, maybe, like,
Yeah.
trains might be on, like, a mechanical system, and they may have robot repairmen or something, you know, but, like, I feel like the people making the decisions are still going to be humans.
Of course, yep. And you're just always going to have people that are going to be like, well, I'd rather do it my way. You know, I would make the joke often when Waymo started becoming really popular in LA. You know, all the rideshare drivers were like, oh my God, what if they're going to take our jobs? And I'm like, look, they don't even have enough money to do that yet. But if they did and they started, you know, taking all of the rideshare drivers' jobs, you could still build a niche company where it's like artisan rideshare, where you can drive with the human touch, you know, because people will still always want that.
Yeah. Rideshare companions.
Yep.
The car still drives itself, but now you have a professional yapper in the car.
Exactly.
Prize
Do you
at the end
still
of the
want
rainbow
somebody to
of
creep
owning
out
the entire world
and
economy
hit on you? Ride with
is
us.
based on building this full replacement economy because that's what will achieve the greatest growth. And that's why these companies...
Replacement economy?
Yeah, meaning that they're designing to replace all human labor. They're not designing to augment and support and like enhance human labor. They're designing to replace all human labor because that's what justifies the amount of money that they've taken on in debt that they can grow into this like total ownership of the entire
No, but you know what? Honestly, I think we get into more of a Hunger Games scenario. Maybe not like poor. Maybe people aren't starving, but I feel like we're just going to start killing each other for sport. Because what else are we going to do?
Why, just because of
people are so
absolute
bored.
boredom and loss of purpose?
That's right.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, when you think about it, though, like, is that really that surprising or difficult to see happening? Because we already did it in the ancient past.
Right. Yeah, no, I think we're going to be returning to that.
Except everything will just be futuristic. We'll just be acting like we're in the ancient world.
I don't even think we'll be acting like we're in the ancient world. It'll be very modern ways of killing each other. Maybe I don't know.
I do love the word ancient. It's the best. Somebody said I love the word ancient.
It's a good word.
Yep. I am ancient. Maybe.
We all are.
What else is there to say about the intelligence curse?
Well, it's just important for people to get that when AIs are doing all the new scientific research, not humans. You have an automated chemistry lab, you have an automated biology lab, you have an automated surgery. When AI is doing all of that, again, the revenue is going to come from AI, not from people. And what that means is all the wealth will go to a handful of like 5 AI companies. And then how are you going to be able to make a living? When in history has a small group of people ever consolidated all the wealth and consciously redistributed it to everyone else? And if you think that might happen in the US, we'll do a universal basic income, just think about the entire world. So right now, you have AIs that are automating, say, customer service jobs. So let's say that disrupts like the Philippines, where like 90% of the economy is customer service. I don't know what the number is. It's high. What happens when an entire country's economy gets disrupted by AI? Are a handful of US AI companies going to pay out and support the well-being and the livelihoods of all these other people? And then if people don't have money, how are they going to buy the goods in this future economy where it's all generated by AI? Because now you don't even have an income. So this, essentially we're on track to break the entire economy. This is not in the interests of countries. What's confusing to me about this is that I believe it only took something like 20% unemployment for a couple of years to lead to the rise of fascism in Germany. You don't need everyone's job to be automated to get levels of political disruption. I think it was only 20% unemployment that basically led to the French Revolution. There's kind of a mutually assured political revolution that is going to happen for all these countries that are racing to build AI and deploy it to automate as much labor as possible to compete to boost their external GDP number. Like the metaphor you can have in your minds is like the US and China are essentially racing to take steroids and pumping up the GDP and muscles of their economy while they're getting internal lung failure, internal organ failure, internal brain rot failure because they're governing the internal impact of that technology poorly. So it's a race for external power while internal management of essentially like a, failure of your body organs. Does this make sense?
Yeah. What does external power look like in this context?
Well, one of the reasons that people think of AI so important for competition is if you think about geopolitical competition with China, economic power precedes other kinds of power. If I have a high growth rate economy, that'll lead to the ability to invest more in a bigger military, bigger weapons, a bit more advanced science, more advanced technology, because you just have more money to deploy. And so economic competition is a precursor for geopolitical competition. So when we say, competing for this external power, we mean competing for GDP growth. But again, we're competing for GDP growth. That doesn't mean what it used to mean. I think a lot of people think, okay, well, if GDP is going up by like 10% because AI is automating all this growth, that sounds awesome.
I was going to say, increases in GDP are almost always a universal good thing.
They had been when it was humans that were generating that, and then it was coming back to humans.
Because the revenue is going to be consolidated in a very small number of people.
In this new case, because we have 5 companies.
There's no intermediary between. So who would be feeding the revenue in? Because this revenue still needs to come from somewhere, even if it goes to a small handful of people. Where does the actual money come from?
Well, this is the confusing thing. What happens?
Is that a stupid question?
No, it's a good question because how you're saying basically who's going to be buying the products when no one has a job and no one has an income?
And on the route up to that, fewer people have incomes and fewer people have jobs. The bucket being poured into the top.
That's right.
Is going to stop being poured.
Yeah. This is the confusing and mind-breaking thing about AI, and it just, in general, like I think people have to get used to. I mean, your podcast is called Modern Wisdom, and I just think about this a lot. Like
people are going to do stuff like become professional cuddlers. Friend for a day.
Yup. I mean, when you get tired of talking to the AIs all day, you're going to want to hang out with a human, even if you really don't know them.
Servant. Because, robots are more efficient servants, but there's something primal, I think, that a lot of people like having control over someone else.
Sad to say, that's true.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, there's enough people willing to pay humans to be their like butlers or whatever, rather than a robot, just because like it just feels like a better dynamic.
Which is hilarious when you think about it, because it's like, who could you legitimately actually trust more? Some rando human in your house or an AI?
No, definitely an AI. Definitely a robot.
Yeah, but people will still choose the human.
Right.
Silly humans.
I don't know. We're thinking about like not everyone, Chet. It's just like what jobs could you do? What options would you have? It's gonna be people who have money and who just prefer humans for some reason. So maybe artists.
I think also a great deal of anything in remote areas, AI still could not do, because then you would just have too many server connection issues.
Yeah, and then like there's not necessarily a repair facility nearby.
Yeah. And then can you imagine, like, you got a bunch of AI robots, Tesla bots trying to do crab fishing, and they all go offline, then you just lose that entire ship?
Right.
That would be awful, as far as your expenditures go.
Right. I think there's going to be like a lot of more small homesteading, like farmer market type things, because like, yeah, I'm sure the big farm corporations will use robots, but there's still going to be, I think, demand for homesteading, mom and pop type markets and farmers. They'll have to, because like if you get to the point where like humans are basically being kept alive because of how much advancements have been made by AI and whatever, it's like, well the people got to expand into the country more. Unless we just build up like Tokyo, but
I think it would
how
be
you gonna
neat
feed everyone,
to see AI in agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
They could probably manage it much better than we do too, with the fact that like we always overproduce our food.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. But like if we're saying in a rural area,
Yeah, for sure.
You're gonna need more.
The wise capabilities that we need to have in order to make our way through this. And one of them is the ability to be with something that sounds like science fiction and realize that it's actually real. Like, and not say because it sounds like it's science fiction that I can just like dismiss it and say that can't be true. A lot of people do that. They're like AIs that are like breaking out of their container and hacking GPUs and mining crypto autonomously when no one told it to do that. That's got to be like a made up study. But as we know, there was an Alibaba study just last week where the AIs autonomously broke out of their system and started mining crypto.
We need to round this out, and then I want to talk about that.
Sure.
That story is fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
So where does the economy? Who's pouring money in?
I mean, the truth is that I don't know. I don't think anybody has.
Is it just going to grind to a halt at some point?
I think something like that. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that there's. I think something that people need to get is it's not like there's a plan for how to make all this go well. Like this technology is being released in a paradigm undermining way. Like it's undermining the paradigm.
No, I think that's going to be, you're going to a point where it's like a lot of jobs will be art and performance based. But what about the people that don't have talent or skills? What do they do? I think
without
that
talent or skills have been artists for a long time.
I mean, that's true, but you know what I mean. Like, what if you don't have any skills or creativity and you're ugly too? Then what?
Google also mentioned, though, that there would probably be a lot more supervising positions of the AI, and that I could totally see it too.
I wonder if that's how they're going to decide who gets to fight in the tournaments. Is if like it's like the people that can do nothing else. They really have nothing else to offer. They're not good conversationalists. They're not attractive enough. They're not creative enough. They can't sing. They sound like a dying cat. It's gonna be like, you got nothing else to do? Go be a modern gladiator.
Yeah, you have not contributed to society. You must fight in the gladiatorial ring.
Yeah.
But then, also on another note, like that could also just be a job all by itself. Where like, what if death is not necessarily the full end game? What if it's just constant combat, and you get these people that become like superstars because of their gladiatorial skill set?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like the Hulk. He's not attractive, but he's powerful.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
you get Maximus 2.0 because he kicks out so much ass, and then that's how he makes his living. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it'd be like WWE, but people are actually dying. But actual violence.
but actual violence.
Instead of scripted dancing.
Of economic assumptions and sort of societal assumptions that have made the post-World War II order. This is such a deep fundamental change to the restructuring of everything. Our economic system, our relationships, our information environment. It's not just like adding a new technology in the mix. It's like fundamentally changing the structure of the entire world. You would think that if we're about to do that, we would do that with more caution, care, wisdom, and restraint than we have with any technology we've ever deployed if we knew we're about to undermine the paradigm. But because of this arms race dynamic, we are deploying it faster than we deployed any technology in history, and therefore undermining these things faster than we.
Okay, Veach, I do not appreciate the slander. I said those are one of the options. Okay, not that you have to be attractive and have skill and talent. It was an or. If you have none of those things to offer, one out of the many, okay, then that's when they put you in the pits.
You have a plan.
A quick aside, look, you know sleep matters, but let's be real, most nights you're probably not getting the sort of sleep that's actually restorative. 8 Sleep's Pod 5 fixes that. It's a smart cover that you throw over the top of plus they ship internet.com wisdom and modern wisdom. A checkout. So look, I've been interested in AI safety since 2017, 2018. You were a big part of putting me onto that, and then I got interested in the Future of Humanity Institute, Nick Bostrom, William McCaskill, Eliezer Yudkowsky, lesswrong.com, the Scott Alexander,
Yeah.
For a long time, the concern was AI safety. It was around paperclip maximizing.
Yeah.
It was any function that is given to a very, very powerful agent that is even remotely slightly imprecise, or even not, results in some outcomes that you probably don't want.
That's right.
What you're suggesting is that even if this goes right, the outcome, this is it going well.
Yeah, exactly. This is, quote, the best case scenario where you have an aligned AI or something that's not wrecking society, that's not maximizing paper clips, that's not misaligned with well-being, but that is still doing such a good job of all this that it takes over all the economic labor in the economy, not just economic. Every company that has a CEO, it's like, well, do I want the CEO to run the company, or if I have a super intelligent AI that can process more information than the CEO and has been trained on everything in the history of business? At some point, that AI is going to be taking over. And so at every little nodule in the economy, like every decision maker, every boardroom, every military leader, every strategy leader, every president, at some point, the temptation will be, if I think about it in a narrow way, the temptation will be to swap in an AI for that person. And that leads to what we call the gradual disempowerment scenario, which is the scenario not where like AI wakes up and kills everybody, but that we have gradually lost control as a species because we're outsourcing all the decisions to these alien brains that we installed because they outperform the human brain when you define their role in a narrow way of just like, are they better at generating revenue than a human?
Yes.
Are they better at generating code than the human programmer I had? Are they better at generating a financial analysis than a human? Are they better at making someone feel good in the short term, like an AI therapist going to work?
Right. I don't think humans will ever give the jobs they want to do to AI, truly.
Yeah.
I think it'll be jobs they don't want to do. Or like public transportation type stuff.
Yeah. I mean, even the elites themselves will still want to work. They'll be like, no, I want to be the CEO so I can tell people to lick my shoes.
Right. Because what are you going to do to pass the time, right? You gotta have something to do.
Yeah, you can't play golf all the time.
That'll be their job. Professional golfers.
You can't go to the forest. You can't go to the forest and worship Moloch all the time.
Right. You gotta have something else going on. You gotta have a day job, you know?
Yeah.
The soldier. But the temptation then is that again, that leads to a world where it's like AIs are talking to each other, not humans. And why should we trust that these alien brains that we have built and developed faster than we know how to understand them? We just talked about at the beginning, we don't know how to do a brain scan of the AI, know what it's capable of. And now we already have evidence of AIs doing very rogue, crazy things, especially when they talk to each other. So what happens when you've outsourced the decision-making in your economy to a set of inscrutable alien brains that are doing crazy things that we don't understand?
See, they admit it.
Like this
AI is aliens, which is demons. They admit it. That's what AI is, alien intelligence.
Veach just said, chat, ain't no robot want to do a dirty job. Why wouldn't they? They don't know any better.
They're programmed to like filth. What do you mean?
Get in that sewer, boy. And it'll be like, okay.
Like, sorry.
It's not a recipe that's going to go well. And if we see that, that's an anti-human future. So to sum it all up, the anti-human future is one where AIs run everything. We don't understand them. Humans are disempowered because we've outsourced all the decision-making, and we don't have economic or political voice. Like, why should governments...
That's been concentrated.
It's been concentrated. So if I'm a government, what's my incentive to listen to the will of the people? when I get all my revenue from somewhere else. And this is connected to, Sam Altman just 2 weeks ago when people were talking about data centers and energy usage and resource usage, like so expensive to do a data center. He's like, well, actually, it's kind of expensive to grow a human over 20 years. They consume a lot of resources.
It's true.
They take up a lot of space. They take like 20, 30 years to train to be really effective. And like you can scale intelligence much faster with data centers. I'm not endorsing this view. I'm saying this is where the world gets really screwed up. And people start to not value humans only if you're valuing them in terms of their economic output. It leads to connect it to another point. When he's asked by Ross Douthat in the New York Times, should the human species survive? Should it endure? And Peter Thiel stutters for 17 seconds.
Hang on, you've seen the full clip of that, right? Have
Yeah.
you seen the context before?
Yeah.
But he's talking about suffering.
Yeah.
I think that clip and the fact that it went super viral, I'm not a Thiel stan.
The reason why we stutter is because no one knows how to say yes, but not all of them. Because there are some people that they're a nuisance to society, and the taxpayers are paying for them. All right.
Yeah.
And it's just like, how do you know what that's going to be? You can't just say we should stop reproducing entirely, right? Because then it's like, well, there's a lot of good people out there too, and a lot of beauty to humanity, and then there's a lot of, they're not all bad. It's like, but then how do you know? How do you know which ones are going to be bad, which are going to be good? It's a gamble. It's an expensive gamble. So that's why people are always silent. It's like, should should humanity survive? And you're like, well,
Yeah. And if you answer that honestly, then it just sounds like you're trying to be eugenic about it.
Right.
No.
Exactly.
You don't want to do that.
When it's like, how do you support the continuation of humanity in a way that doesn't like leech everything good about nature that we know, right? Because it's like you've got to have some kind of control to it. And if people are living longer, it's like, well, now you're getting into situations. It's kind of good, I think, that like the birth rate is coming down because people's longevity is increasing at the moment. Because I feel like if we keep reproducing and we keep living longer, we're going to fuck up the environment entirely at some point, unless we learn how to get clean energy, which no one seems to really want to do on a corporate level, not an individual level.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've met him a couple of times, but I'm no like Thiel evangelist. But that clip, in full context, to me made complete sense.
Interesting.
Because what he's saying is humans are suffering.
Damn it, Drew, go.
And here it is.
I would argue that it was still better than the alternative. That if we hadn't had the internet, maybe it would have been worse. AI is better. It's better than the alternative, and the alternative is nothing at all. Because here's one place where the stagnationist arguments are still reinforced. The fact that we're only talking about AI, I feel, is always an implicit acknowledgement that, but for AI, we are like in almost total stagnation.
But the world of AI is clearly filled with people who, at the very least, seem to have a more utopian, transformative, whatever word you want to call it, view of the technology than you're expressing here, right? And you were mentioned earlier the idea that the modern world used to promise radical life extension and doesn't anymore. It seems very clear to me that a number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal flesh, and either some kind of creation of a successor species or some kind of merger of mind and machine. And do you think that's just all kind of irrelevant fantasy? Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body.
We may have needed to go a little bit earlier in that, or
because I was going to say that actually feels consistent with everything.
That doesn't look great. I may have misremembered. I'm open to misremembering.
I mean, he's asked a very simple question: should the human species endure or survive?
Yeah.
And he hesitates.
I think that
would you hesitate in that question?
No.
I would not hesitate in that question.
The context that I remember it being in was he was asking about humans suffer and they have all of these issues. Should they endure to go through those issues and the suffering as opposed to using transhumanism?
Yeah, but I don't think.
No, you're right.
I think that if you look just specifically at that,
and we gave it what 2 minutes of context before as well. No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
That I mean,
the point
doesn't look great.
So exactly, it doesn't look great. Now the point is that in history, changes in technology have changed what we value. There's a thinker named Marvin Harris wrote a book called Cultural Materialism. Daniel Schmachtenberger put me onto this. And this is the history of how essentially a civilization, he summarizes, is its infrastructure, which is its technology stack, its social structure, which is economics, law, and governance, and then the superstructure, which is the ordinating values, religion, patriotism, narratives, like what are the things that we hold sacred? So for example, we used to have animism. We believed that animals and life and all of this is sacred. And then the example that Daniel gives is when you yoke an ox and you beat an ox every day, you can no longer fully believe in the animist view of life because you're basically, hurting animals all day. Can you believe that animals are sacred or that they experience suffering if you eat meat in factory farming every day? Like it's a contradictory thing. So as we get changes in technology, it changes what we value. And there's a long history of this, and people should look up Marvin Harris. When you get a change in technology called AI, and you now no longer need humans for the narrowly defined, quote, value of economic output. Now, it's not clear that economic output on its own is actually valuable in the way that we have traditionally thought it to be, because it's correlated with human well-being for the past. But now we're about to get this weird kind of zombie form of economic output, where you have maybe no humans in the world at all. You just have AI pumping away, generating scientific insights, and there's no humans. In that world, you start to view humans as kind of valueless or like parasites, or Sam Altman saying, well, it takes a lot of energy and resources to grow a human. There's a very dangerous thing here that I think we don't want to lean into. This is part of the anti-human future. This is part of the intelligence curse. This is part of, Mark Zuckerberg saying, we need to replace your human relationships with AI relationships. I don't know if you've seen this quote. He's like, there's a clip of him online, you can find it, where he's talking about the average person has only like 2 or 3 close relationships. Like people are so lonely. He's like, oh, but then we thought that there was a real solution to this. We could give people, 11 AI friends and different friends, and that this will, quote, solve loneliness.
Is that not a bad thing, given that we are in a world... I'm aware that it's an artificial solution to an artificial problem.
A problem that he created, by the way. That social media writ large, by maximizing engagement, which means maximizing how many hours you spend by yourself on a screen, not talking to people, which means being inside on a Tuesday night, not texting your friends to be out, which means basically maximizing loneliness. Loneliness is a direct consequence with the maximized engagement economy. Facebook and Instagram and all that have
social media, but it creates antisocial behavior.
Fed into the trend of loneliness.
Also,
and then he's saying we need to solve that with more technology. So this is like a
yeah, that's not an AI issue.
Company that's generating cancer on one side of the balance sheet and then selling you solutions to cancer on the other side of the balance sheet.
We have Wegovy and tirzepatide and retatrutide, which is an artificial solution to an artificial food landscape.
Yeah.
I think that playing within the confines of the current structure, it's impossible to expect that, well, we'll get rid of Infinite Scroll. We'll stop autoplay because that would improve human flourishing. Yep. That's not going to happen. So I think that you are going to...
But it could happen if you had the right policies in place.
That's true, but that's not going to happen by any individual social media company.
No, it won't. Which is why the whole thing here is the answers we have to coordinate. In the film, The AI Doc, there's just moments like, what do we have to do? And there's like 10 voices at the same time saying, coordinate. Yeah. Like we have to coordinate. That's part of the solution is you have to collectively say, what is the rule that would benefit everybody to do the better thing, even though short term we might lose something tiny like how many videos you get to go through in 5 minutes or something like that.
A quick aside, most people think that they're dehydrated because they don't drink enough water.
Compute away from training. This inflated operational cost.
Let's talk about AI safety. What happened with this Alibaba?
I don't care.
I'm a better
about that.
One of the twists that I've been thinking about with regards to this, LLMs, powerful but seem to be maybe asymptoting out. They seem to maybe be reaching a little bit of a limit in terms of what they can do, that there was big ascendancy, and that now seems to be S-curving back off. Do you think it's realistic that the current generation of AI will be the bootloader for AGI, or do we need an entire new architecture for that? Is it going to be LLMs that are going to take over the world?
You know, this is an area where I'm not someone at the layer of the stack that I focus on, which is on societal
I also
impact.
don't know how to talk about this one, so I'm going to skip it.
There's a very short timeline that all this has to happen, but it's like most checkout. Give these examples. Like, people aren't looking at the actual model cards for Anthropic and O3 and seeing
modern. No.
To keep AI.
Is there a challenge with AI because it's a strange kind of existential risk where everything is almost good and getting better up until the point at which it falls off a cliff? You know, if we're talking about how can we get people to be concerned about climate change, or we need to be concerned about smallpox. Well, there's small outbreaks, and those small outbreaks damage local areas, and then we try to contain it before it gets worse.
Yeah.
And if we've got climate change, there's smoke in the sky, and there's rising sea levels, and there's pollution, and there's extinction events of animals. Those are early warning signs, whereas it seems like AI will just improve efficiency, quality of life, GDP, until some moment where things go badly. So is this a unique category of X-risk?
Can I say something about this in particular?
Huh?
The thing that I was going to say, do you mind if I say something
No, sure.
about
Go
this?
for it.
The thing that I find very amusing lately is, I'm an artist, and I've got a lot of artist friends, and I've got all these artist friends that, obviously they're against AI because it's like, oh, well, it's slop and it's taking my job, blah, 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 blah. But also, then they start making these points about how the data centers are ruining the planet. I'm like, bro, you don't need AI to do that. We've already been doing that.
Right.
Why are you concerned now?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, there's
shut
lots
the
of
hell
waste of water and whatever.
Yeah, I was like, why are you so concerned now? And even if there was, let's pretend we live in a world where AI was not, produced and put out into society as fast as it has, we would still be building data centers because of technology in general.
Right.
So I don't understand what's the big hubbub.
Right. I don't think, when people say that argument, I'm not sure if I can confirm that any of it has validity, because it's like you're still using a data center just to browse the internet. Some server is still wasting water and energy, essentially. Like you choosing to do something else with your time on the internet versus creating an AI image or whatever, I don't think it actually makes that much of a difference.
Exactly. Anyone who's sitting there and I'm just as guilty because I use social media, but anyone who's out there just fucking posting a reel, guess what? You're encouraging a data center.
Right. I don't know. I think it's just rage bait.
So, it's a lame excuse. Just get what I'm getting at, I guess.
Yeah.
Max Tegmark, I think, said the problem with AI is the view gets better and better right before you go off the cliff. Like, you get more amazing cancer drugs. You get more incredible vibe coding tools that allow people to create crazy stuff that I benefit from. You get new material science. You get new energy. You get all this amazing stuff as you're moving closer to this dangerous cliff. And so you can think of AI as the ultimate devil's bargain. It's funny because Peter Thiel is giving lectures on the Antichrist and how people who are trying to somehow say that AI is problematic, those people are the Antichrist, is what he claims. But I think he's saying that because he knows that the real Antichrist is AI. It's the thing that makes it look like it's here to solve all of our problems. And there are narrow forms of AI, by the way, that can solve many problems. But the current development path of releasing the most...
Which one?
It sounds like there was a back and forth concept there about is the Antichrist people who support or people who are against AI? Like what?
Apparently Peter Thiel's saying that Antichrist people against AI, which is crazy.
Yeah.
But then also, I could see... I don't know. I could see, AI being considered, an Antichrist at some point if it became, a sentient being. I don't know. I could see both perspectives.
Most powerful inscrutable technology in history, faster than we deployed any other technology, that's already demonstrating HAL 9000 sci-fi behaviors, and we're releasing it under the maximum incentive to cut corners on safety. It's not that the blinking cursor of ChatGPT is the existential threat, it's that arms race of what I just described, that is the existential threat. And I think that everyone should be able to see that.
That would still happen
And then
regardless.
after this conversation, you finish hitting play on this YouTube video, you feel overwhelmed, and you go back to AI, and then you ask it a question, and it helps you figure out while your baby's burping. And you're like, that's awesome. And you forget everything that you and I just talked about because it was super fucking helpful.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so this is the test of ultimate modern wisdom, is like, how do you step into a version of yourself that is capable of being clear-eyed and stabilizing a view of the asteroid? The asteroid is coming to Earth. There's these weird like gravitational effects that it has before it gets here. Like suddenly notification apps happen, and suddenly deepfakes happen, and suddenly people start losing their jobs. Those suck. Those are really bad problems. But like the bigger asteroid, every day that I do this work, my colleagues and I, we joke, it's like the film Don't Look Up. You're trying to tell people, and you're not, it's not the sky is falling. That's not the point. The point is we can blast that asteroid out of the sky. We need to blast that asteroid out of the sky. We can steer before it's too late. I'm not hopeful, but what I do feel is when I'm in a room of people and you walk through all these facts and you just have people ask questions and check any of the things that we've just laid out. And then you say and people see that it's all true. And then you ask them, how many people here feel good about where we're headed? And no one raises their hand. You ask people how people don't want the future we're headed to. And literally, I was in Davos recently, and every single person raised their hand that they don't want this future. So there's this weird thing where I think if everybody saw the same thing at the same time, we could steer away. And to the thing you were raising earlier, I think you were basically saying, if there's a lot of people think that we won't act until there's a catastrophe. I think you and I both have talked to people who probably said that. I mean, that's what a lot of people believe. And I sort of feel like there's either a catastrophe or there's a shared near-death experience that is a simulated catastrophe. And the reason why I think this film, the AI doc, is so important, and again, I don't make a single dime from whether you see this movie or not, but I do think if everyone that they know, if everyone who's watching this got the most powerful people that they know to go out and see the AI doc, you got your business to see it, you got your company to see it, you got your church group to see it. If everybody knows that everybody else knows, we can steer this to a different future. Like, just to give people an example, Jonathan Haidt, who wrote The Anxious Generation, the first country that did the social media bans under 15 or 16 was Australia. And he just talked about this on Bill Maher recently, that what that did is it created an example of something that everybody was actually wanting to do, but felt like it was too extreme until Australia did it. And now literally 25% of the world's population represented by countries is moving to the social media ban. Just this last week, Indonesia and India, some of the largest countries, are implementing a social media ban for kids under 15 or 16. You can pull the train back into the station. If people say the train's left the station, you can pull the train back into the station if it creates a future that we don't actually want. You can't uninvent social media, but we can say, what are the steering limits and brakes that we want to apply to this technology before we get to a full anti-human future that we can't actually reverse out of.
And if you don't have the common knowledge, you sound like a crazy person. You're worried about, I'm going to be the one parent at my school that's trying to get my kid to not use it.
Exactly.
And my kid's going to feel left out because there is a coordination problem.
Exactly. It's a common knowledge problem. It's a coordination problem.
The issue that we have here is, and you touched on it earlier on, the level of coordination that's needed to fix a problem with AI is global.
Yes.
And it's across multiple companies. And yeah, okay, you need probably a lot of compute, but I saw what happened, the difference between how much compute was needed to train DeepSeek and how much compute was, it almost feels like as the AI gets bigger, you can then retrain replicant AIs way smaller.
Yes.
So a processor the size of this room might be able to bootload AGI in future. So you have, we have this with desktop synthesizers, right, for bioweapons. Correct. There was a moratorium, and it means that if you try to synthesize smallpox, you get this big red flag, and some guys in boots kick your door down.
Right. I'm happy to hear you reference these examples. These are important, yeah.
They're analogous, right?
Yeah.
But the problem with the moratorium for AI is it can be done so siloed. Mm-hmm. Right? You can just take this code, you can take this approach, throw this model into something, start to build on top of it. It would be, Nick Bostrom's old example was, imagine if you can make an atomic bomb by putting sand into a microwave. There's nothing, physics in our current universe mean that isn't the case.
Right.
But there's nothing that stops something analogous from being the case had the world have been a different way.
Which is, what you're really getting to here is what Carl Sagan was referring to when he talked about our technological adolescence. Like AI the conversation we're having isn't really about AI. It's about what happens when we have increasingly powerful, dangerous, and destructive technology. Because as humanity progresses, whether AI existed or not, we're going to get more and more powerful technology that would cover more and more dangerous and destructive things that you could do with it. Like, we didn't have the ability to do CRISPR and bioweapons, 20 years ago. Now we do have that ability, and we're going to get more and more dangerous and destructive things. And so the real question that AI is forcing us to ask is, what is the wisdom needed to wield the technological powers that, whether AI is part of it or not, that we're going to increasingly gain. And I reference this all the time, but it's just such an accurate fundamental problem statement by E.O. Wilson, that the fundamental problem of humanity is we have Paleolithic brains that don't update very well to new information and think things are sci-fi and go into denial and overwhelm and blah, blah, blah. We have medieval institutions from the 18th century, and we have godlike technology that makes the 24th century technology crash down on 21st century society. That's what AI is. It's a joke from Ajay Kotra, who's in the film, by the way. And so if we're to solve this equation, this problem statement that E.O. Wilson lays out, the way I always think about it is we need to embrace the reality of our Paleolithic brains. That's what wisdom is. We know that we get overwhelmed and we go into denial, so we work with that. We have systems and practices to recognize when that's about to happen and ask, what do we need to hold a difficult reality together? That's embracing our Paleolithic brains. We need to upgrade our medieval institutions. We should be using 21st century technology to make faster, updating, self-improving governance. Instead of creating recursively self-improving AI, we should be creating self-improving governance. Audrey Tang, the former digital minister of Taiwan, has pioneered what that would look like. That democracies could be using tech to find the unlikely consensus opinions of everybody. One of the things that's going to exist in the next few months is a national dialogue on AI, facilitated by technology, where people can add their own ideas about how AI should be governed. And when you vote and you click, it's going to reveal the most popular consensus opinions about what should happen about these different issues. It's one thing if we live in a world where there's a cacophony and confusion about AI. And it's another thing if we live in a world where you see on a clear webpage that 600,000 people have voted and 96% of people across all these countries agree that there should be international limits.
You're trying to make transparent common knowledge.
Exactly. We're trying to make transparent common knowledge. And one of the ways I think about it is the movement has to see itself. There is a movement for humane technology. There is a movement for a human future. It just hasn't had a way to experience itself yet.
See, the way he's describing it makes me think like a utopia situation where instead of voting on leaders that have this particular set of views, society votes on each individual thing and they decide as one popular vote on each item what they're gonna do. And it's that's just not the way that things are going to work. I don't know. The people in power will never allow that to happen because they don't really have society's best interest at heart. Because if everybody's happy, they don't have the power over the people.
Exactly. And I was just going to add that with that method of voting, if you will, that you just mentioned, is far more effective than what we use now, where we put all kinds of random shit all into the same bill. So we're basically fighting against ourselves.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think they would allow that. Maybe if AI was running shit truly, sure, maybe it would find the most efficient way to govern people, but I don't think we're looking at that kind of future.
No.
And when you see graffiti on a New York subway ad for an AI product people don't need, people saying, I don't want this, or AI is not inevitable, that's the human movement. When you see kids gather in Central Park for the Lamplight Club and delete social media off their phones together, that's a club that's in New York, that's the human movement. There's so many things that people are already doing that is part of this. We just haven't had a name for, we're fighting back for reclaiming and protecting what's really human. Because, again, our political voice is about to not matter. Once all the jobs get automated by AI, and governments and companies don't have to listen to the people, because we're not the ones that are generating the revenue. You could have a union before when the factories need the human labor, and then the human labor can get together and express its common voice. We want this instead of that. We want to be paid like this. We don't want these working standards. What happens when the companies and the countries don't need you anymore? This is literally the last time that our political voice will matter. And this is the time to express that voice in many different ways. You can boycott unsafe AI companies or AI companies that enable mass surveillance. What did we just see with the thing that went down with the Pentagon and Anthropic last week? Is that subscriptions for ChatGPT went down like tons, and subscriptions for Anthropic went up by a lot. If it wasn't just individuals that were doing that, but entire Fortune 500 companies that were doing that, given the amount of debt that these companies have taken on, the companies will have to respond to that market signal. So mass boycotts can have a huge effect on steering which AI future we get. Are we going to get mass surveillance? Or are we going to get a world where AI companies are incentivized to do the right things?
Are you concerned about companies that are playing the same game but just trying to manipulate their optics in a slightly sexier way?
Absolutely.
It seems to me that the incentives for Anthropic are exactly the same as they are for everybody else. I think you mentioned you mentioned the Antichrist earlier on, Scott Alexander, who I think is the best blogger on the planet.
Yeah.
He says that Anthropic is much more likely to be the Antichrist than any other AI company because the Antichrist would present itself as being for the people. And who are we kidding? That you have the same market incentives to overtrain your models as quickly as possible with RL and your the synthetic environments to keep on pushing this thing. We need as much compute. So you can talk about the optics up front as much as you want, but really that's just window dressing on the top of a burning house.
Yep. What you're saying is super important, and this is one of the. This is not me saying everyone should just put their money into Anthropic and then the world will be fine. In fact, there's actually a view by many people that Anthropic in some ways is dangerous because the view that is the safest, it's the Volvo. People know the Volvos are like the safest cars. They did a lot of marketing to present that. People think that Anthropic is just the safe AI company. So if they won, then suddenly everything's fine. And that would be dangerous. And that we have to have a critical view of the companies and the technology and the international limits that we need that are going to happen from outside and above the companies, not just what an individual company can do. So I totally agree.
How long have we got?
No one knows because AI is literally moving so quickly. If I went on Twitter, Elon joked in a conversation I saw yesterday, it used to be that you'd go on Twitter and once every 6 months, this is several years ago, you would see a huge AI breakthrough. Like that would just really change the game. Now there's one, that you see when you go to bed and there's a new one when you wake up in the morning and you're on Twitter and you see it. And the pace is pretty overwhelming. So I think rather than ask how much time do we have, which is kind of like just trying to assuage the fear that I think a lot of people feel. The kind of bold, brave human thing to do is to ask, if things were to go well, what would that mean about how we were showing up? And then to get as many people as possible showing up from that place, because that gets us the best decentralized conditions to get to the better outcome. They say in mathematics that in chaos, initial conditions matter. So I'm not guaranteeing in any way, shape, or form that we're going to get to the better future. But I would like to invite people, again, into stepping into and standing from the most wise and mature version of ourselves that would be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they're committed to their nesting. They just take it out.
Yeah, can I take Steven upstairs?
I already did. Steven was up there like most of the evening.
Oh, okay.
He was there for like 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Behave as if we were going to get to that better future, because that would give us the best chances of doing so.
And the alternative is just surrender.
The alternative is schisming, denialing, depression, overwhelm. The integrity and the kind of flow of energy that I think you'll feel inside yourself if you align with what is actually needed in this moment. There's more meaningfulness. There's more preciousness of life. Like there's so much more, there's so much meaning and purpose if you're aligned with what would have things go well. And I think there's this weird thing that's happening is if you don't see a way for things to go well, and then you believe the only thing you can do is like triple down on racing as fast as possible, knowing where that's currently taking us, that has a biophysical cost on your system.
Yeah. I think I was trying to think about the differences between your past work and your current work, focusing on social media versus focusing on AI. I don't think many people writer come top down.
The only answer to, well,
which would you pick?
You are say that at the top. Like, I'm not saying any of this is
makes
easy.
nuclear war look like child's play.
Correct. And
can we watch the trailer? Can we get the trailer up? I want to see the. Can we watch
patterns? You can generate new information.
AI is the thing that can solve climate change.
We could cure most diseases.
What if it's impressive that you managed to get all of the guys to sit down? Well, most of the guys. Who are you missing?
I mean, there's obviously many people building this technology now, so they don't have the Chinese labs in it. They have Demis Hassabis from DeepMind, Sam Altman from OpenAI, Dario from Anthropic. I mean, those are the three most leading players. Elon agreed to participate in the movie, and then I think it was right in the beginning of the first few days of the Trump administration that he was busy and didn't follow through. So, but I think the team really wanted him to be in the movie and wanted to hear his views. I mean, to give Elon credit, he was one of the first people who cared about AI safety.
I'm done with this video.
I think I will exit from Discord at this time because I'm almost done at work, so I gotta start packing up.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Oh no. Not nuke fever.
In the 1960s, the US planned to nuke Israel with hundreds of thermonuclear bombs, and Panama, and Alaska, all in the name of progress driven by a mad scientist to use the most destructive of weapons to build things, excavate canals, carve out harbors, tap oil and gas. This was Project Plowshare. It kept the US busy for 2 decades, burned hundreds of millions of dollars, and exploded dozens of nukes for a bright future. In the most feverish years of the Cold War, when the world got terrifyingly close to blowing itself up. Nukes for peace. Our story begins with the brilliant Hungarian physicist Edward Teller, one of the key scientists of the Manhattan Project, the colossal effort that led to the first nuclear bomb. But almost from the beginning, he dreamt of destroying the world much harder. Traditional nukes, like the Hiroshima and Nagasaki ones, release energy by splitting heavy atoms like uranium. But these are rare, expensive, and the resulting bombs are difficult to scale up. So, Teller lobbied for a different approach: unleash the nuclear fire by smashing together hydrogen atoms. That would allow for bombs thousands of times more powerful. The problem was technically hard, but in the 1950s, Teller solved it. The terrifying new thermonuclear bomb made Hiroshima and Nagasaki look like firecrackers. Nuclear fire strong enough to end human civilization itself. The Soviet Union followed quickly, and a new madness for destruction took over the world. Teller was having the time of his life as he got to chase his nukiest dreams like a bomb so powerful that it would wipe out civilization in one single strike. A real thing the US actually started.
Man, depression must be hell of a thing. That's like, he's not only wanted to kill himself, he wanted to take all of us with him. Damn. Let me get ice cream.
Working on. We've told this story before if you want to watch it. And as the perfectly sane man he was, Teller had other great ideas, like nuking the moon to show the commies who's boss. And if H-bombs could destroy the planet, maybe they could also reshape it.
Wow.
The logic wasn't entirely unhinged. Humans had been using explosives for mining and engineering for centuries, and H-bombs offered the same service with much more enthusiasm at a decent cost. Why not use them to dig ditches and make holes at a planetary scale? The idea of nukes for peace was also pretty convenient. With public opinion increasingly opposed to the arms race and ever more terrified by World War III, nuclear engineering was a way to keep on testing nuclear weapons without saying you were testing nuclear weapons. So, in 1957...
With this nukes for peace, were they just like forgetting about radiation, or...?
The US launched Project Plowshare, a bold plan to use nuclear explosions for peaceful engineering. And who would be put at the helm? Exactly. Cutting through continents. In 1956, Egypt had just nationalized the Suez Canal, a vital artery for global trade and oil delivery to Europe. So, one of the first ideas of the new Build with Nukes doctrine was to blast open a new one through the Israeli desert. On the other side of the world, the Panama Canal had long been in need of an upgrade. Scientists explored extension routes and found they would need to remove 1.2 billion cubic meters of earth, 500 Great Pyramids of Giza. A monumental task that would cost $6 billion if done with shovels, but only $3.1 billion with nukes. Time to blast open a panatomic canal. But even Teller understood that before nuking through continents, you should start small. So the first miracle of Project Plowshare would be a new harbor in Alaska. In just a few glorious milliseconds, 5 nukes...
He's like, these things must be done delicately, with nukes! It's like,
the combined punch
brother.
of 170 Hiroshima bombs would carve out a 500 by 200 meter trench, opening the region to commerce and prosperity. The local communities weren't thrilled at the idea, but Teller insisted that the dangers of nuke engineering had been greatly exaggerated. The major concern was radioactive contamination. Canals and harbors were great, but nobody wanted them glowing with radioactivity for thousands of years. Luckily, Teller had a plan: nuking the land from below. In a nutshell, nuclear excavation works like this. You drill a hole a few hundred meters deep and place the bomb at the bottom. When it goes off, the blast hollows out a cavern in the rock and flash melts its walls into magma. The molten rock pools at the bottom, the ceiling collapses, and the collapse ripples upwards until it reaches the floor, where it forms a crater.
Very safe.
The result is a massive hole on top, with the radioactive debris sealed under hundreds of thousands of tons of rock. With the theory looking flawless on paper, the time had come to actually test it. But before the government bombs anything, let's get some propaganda protection, just in case. Our partner Ground News is a website and app built to help you think critically, news understand, nor did access. The fiasco begins. Plowshare debuted in 1961 in the desert of New Mexico. A nuke with the power of 3,100 tons of TNT was buried 360 meters deep in the heart of a salt deposit. The goal was to explore a new idea to generate electricity. The explosion would melt the deposit into a pond of red-hot liquid salt whose heat could be pumped up to power turbines. A hybrid of fusion and geothermal power brought to you by H-bombs. Above ground, hundreds of officials, scientists and international guests had gathered to witness the birth of a new era. Everyone held their breath as the countdown ticked. And then, with a distant thud, the ground shuddered. Deep below, the explosion hollowed a cavern the size of over 10 Olympic swimming pools. But Teller's team had missed a tiny detail. The salt contained far more water than expected, which turned into superheated steam that massively amplified the blast. The hole used to lower the bomb had been designed to collapse and seal itself after the explosion, but the unexpectedly monstrous pressure broke through. So, a few minutes after the blast, a plume of radioactive steam erupted from the shaft, damaging cameras and instruments and bathing everyone in a strangely itchy sauna. The US government tried their best to convince everyone that things hadn't been that bad, but for some reason, the masses had a problem with clouds of radioactive fallout, even from peaceful nukes. But that wouldn't discourage Teller. So, to show the world how cool H-bombs could really be, he scheduled another test, one 30 times more peaceful. In July 1962, while Cuban officials were visiting Moscow to negotiate a missile deal that would almost spark World War III 3 months later, a thermonuclear bomb worth 7 Hiroshima nukes exploded 200 meters underground in the Nevada desert. This time, the goal was to test nuclear excavation itself and check how big the crater could get. The blast displaced 12 million tons of soil and hollowed out a gargantuan crater 100 meters deep and 400 meters across, the largest artificial crater in US history. But digging with nukes is tricky. Bury the bomb too deep and you'll only get a disappointing dent.
Wait. New conspiracy theory. The moon is a test field for nukes, and that's why there's so many craters.
Bury it too shallow, and you risk launching a radioactive cloud into the sky. Which was exactly what happened. Someone had miscalculated the depth
and that's
of the
why we won't go back, because of the radiation.
Explosion, and a plume of radioactivity punched through. Fallout was detected as far as South Dakota and Illinois, and panic broke out in Utah when radioactive iodine was found in milk. It turned into one of the dirtiest tests on US soil ever. Just one more nuke, bro. The years that followed saw more peaceful explosions and peaceful fallout. Meanwhile, Teller's proposals got weirder. Liquefy tar sands in Canada with nukes. Blast a highway through the Sierra Nevada with nukes. Connect rivers in Mississippi with nukes. But the crown jewel of nuclear dreams was still the Panatomic Canal. A legion of scientists worked on it, and plans got disturbingly far. One of the top contenders was Route 17, an 80-kilometer trench across pristine Panamanian jungle that was short, flat, pretty empty, and perfectly nukeable.
Very
250
nukeable.
bombs with the power of 8,000 Hiroshimas would do the job. 43,000 people across 17,000 square kilometers would still have to be evacuated, just in case. And shockwaves might shatter windows as far as Costa Rica and Colombia. But what are such details in the grand scheme of progress? So let's rewind history and press the button to see what might have happened if Teller had got his way. Ready to push the button? 3, 2, 1. Boom! The first round of nuclear salvos close to both coasts obliterates hundreds of square kilometers of pristine rainforest in seconds. A roaring success. Unfortunately, a cloud of fallout catches the Pacific winds. Weeks later, spikes of radiation are found over the Caribbean, and radioactive iodine, cesium, and strontium start to enter the food chains of both oceans. Tuna and sharks become radioactive. One option would be to stop, but to have a radioactive scar across the jungle, contamination of 2 oceans, and no canal, better push through. So a second round of blasts goes off in the central Chuganaki River Valley, only to find that the central part of the isthmus had far more clay than expected. As soon as the rainy season hits, landslides clog the new craters like a self-healing wound. The choices: leave a mud-choked glowing blister through the rainforest, or begin a colossal engineering nightmare just to keep the jungle from landsliding onto the canal. Not to mention the ecological apocalypse and the devastating PR victory that 120 megatons of nuclear peace over Latin America would give Cuba and the USSR. Luckily, in our timeline, the US blinked and began to sober up. In 1970, a final report killed the Panatomic Canal, and with it, all nuclear excavation projects. But Teller wasn't ready to let go, so he turned to nuclear fracking. Not because it made sense, but to keep Plowshare alive. Just one more nuke, and I'll build the future, bro. But several explosions later, the result was ultra-expensive, radioactive gas impossible to sell. In 1977, after 20 years and dozens of nukes across the US, Project Plowshare was finally cancelled without reaching any of its goals. No canal, harbour or tunnel had been built. In hindsight, it's easy to see how insane the idea was. But at a time when World War III felt imminent, when kids were playing with atomic toys as mushroom clouds filled the sky, using nukes to build a better future probably did feel like a great idea. On our new channel Night Shift, we're telling dark and novel stories from history that you might never have heard before and that might stay with you, like The Greatest Pirate, the horrible life of past kings, or the bloody war that led to the number 0. Same Kurzgesagt, different vibe. New style, hand-drawn, and made with love by real birds. We've released over an hour of videos already, and the next one, about the struggle for power over the biggest drug cartel ever, is coming out tomorrow at 4 PM CET. Head over there now to subscribe and watch the other videos. For history like you haven't seen it.
I'm just thinking about radioactive sharks now. And then now I'm wondering, what if the megalodon was a radioactive shark in the civilization before it was fucking advanced and stupid enough to actually go through with the nukes? And that's why we think that there weren't any humans around when dinosaurs were around, but really they were just radioactive. As the humans nuked themselves. It's a fun thought. Like Godzilla but fish. Exactly. I really do make it up on the spot. My brain.
The vast majority of the cosmos is voids.
What ifs?
Gigantic, unfathomably large spaces of empty nothingness. Bubbles of eternal night stretching hundreds of millions of light years, almost entirely devoid of galaxies, stars, or light. The loneliest places in existence. Voids are not just the absence of stuff, but weird worlds of darkness that are growing, drifting, colliding, and merging with each other. Inside them, space itself is stretched violently, and it's almost impossible to enter them. Simply put, voids are weird and scary, but they sculpt the entire universe and may ultimately decide its fate. Today, we know of over 8,000 voids and supervoids, and we keep discovering more. No matter how large a cluster or supercluster of galaxies gets, there always seems to be an even larger void nearby. Let's jump off the cosmic cliff and drop into the heart of cosmic nothingness. The loneliest place in the universe. You're zooming away from Earth at thousands of times the speed of light, leaving our solar system and our solar neighborhood behind. Now we see the entire Milky Way with its 200 billion stars and dozens of dwarf galaxies zipping around it.
Bullshit. I don't think every star is the sun with its own galaxy. Bullshit.
2.5 million light years away on a collision course is giant Andromeda and its own swarm of satellite galaxies. We're now moving 1 million times faster than the speed of light, seeing the local group of over 50 galaxies woven together by gravity, rivers of gas, and invisible scaffolds of dark matter. This is our pocket of the universe, 10 million light years across. No human will ever leave it, except for you, apparently. As we zoom away even faster, we see the Virgo supercluster, a colossal wall of more than 2,000 galaxies spread over roughly 100 million light years. Careful now, you're right on the edge of the cosmic cliff where the true deep darkness begins. The local void, a gigantic empty bubble 200 million light years across. If it was a bright thing and not absolute darkness, it would fill 40% of the night sky we see from Earth. All around us are dozens of such superclusters and gigantic voids filled with suffocating emptiness. You're now traveling towards the greatest and emptiest nothing in existence, right into the center of the Boötes supervoid, a cosmic desert around 300 million light years wide. So gigantic it should contain thousands of galaxies, but instead, what do you see? You're surrounded by perfect darkness, the most absolute blackness the human mind can conceive.
Why's it gotta be black?
There is no up or down, no motion, nothing to orient yourself. There's not a single sign that the outside universe even exists. It's an inescapable prison, and this isn't some exotic corner of the cosmos. This is how the vast majority of the universe feels to human eyes. Just silent blackness without any movement. Everywhere, forever. Although there is something mysterious hiding in the dark, faint tendrils of dark matter, penetrating into the void like cosmic lichen. A miniature echo of the much larger forest of dark matter filaments that forms the scaffold of galaxies and galaxy clusters outside the void. And at their tips, we find faint bluish specks in the ocean of darkness. Void galaxies, lonely fireflies, unable to light up the night. The rarest galaxies we know, very isolated, very lonely. A universe of bubbles. Before we could look deep into space, astronomers thought we lived in a uniform cosmos with galaxies spread out evenly. But instead, we found that galaxies, cosmic gas, and dark matter were arranged into a vast cosmic web. A recurring pattern of sheets and filaments organized around enormous empty gaps, meeting at dense knots with galaxy clusters and superclusters. But this structure is not static.
Looks like when I
it
blow
just seems
bubbles
to be
in my milk. Same vibe. Same vibe.
because the distances between galaxies are so incredibly vast. In reality, galaxies shoot through space at speeds of millions of kilometers per hour. They're on collision courses, orbiting each other, moving towards the center of larger galaxy clusters millions of light years away. But they always seem to stick to the rims of voids like reflections of light on soap bubbles, which is kind of weird. If they're this dynamic, shouldn't a galaxy shoot into a void occasionally? Well, voids are actually extremely hard to enter for galaxies from the outside, at least naturally, because gravity becomes weird at their edges and even weirder deeper inside them.
This is all just
If you
speculation.
didn't know better, you might think voids spit out anything
is a
trying to
bunch
get
of, like,
inside,
scientific
pushing galaxies
bullshit.
to the edge. The way gravity works is that everything with mass in the universe
know nothing!
attracts every other thing with mass. And since there's almost no mass inside, the cosmic web of galaxy superclusters on their edges are pulling things out of voids. The emptier a void is, the harder gravity is pulling on what remains. It's really like a tug of war where one side isn't even trying. Over time, voids are really only getting even emptier and the walls and knots around them denser and brighter. Would it be hard to fly into a cosmic void with a spaceship? Well, not
because science. Yeah, but there's not a control group to be able to test any of this. They can't go into space and test any of these theories. That's the problem I have with this. And it's not even fun like a conspiracy theory. It's just boring bullshit. My chemistry teacher told me that if I can't test it in a control group, then it's not a valid theory to put on my paper. So why do they get away with it? Where is the logic? Ugh. Your brain has to work on stuff with the action and understanding, so I have to be cooked. No, unfortunately, I am not cooked. What is this Zombie King abomination?
The king opens his eyes, and the world rushes to serve. Dozens of hands move in perfect rhythm, layering him like a cake. Scented cloths are rubbed, gold-laced silk wrapped, and lace cuffs fastened. Then velvet drops and curls are locked onto the towering wig. Finally, the red-heeled shoes are slid on as the sweet and heavy perfume settles.
Red bottoms,
the bedroom
bitch.
fills with hundreds more people, all eyes drawn to his burning presence. Louis XIV, the Sun King, the OG of absolute rulers. His existence is scripted without intermission. A calendar and a watch are all it takes to know his every move throughout the day. Louis XIV wields power over millions, but he's trapped by his own supremacy, a force that will tear his body apart and torture him with unimaginable pain. The Theatre of Absolute Power. It's 1682, and the king has finally moved into Versailles, his permanent home.
I visited
More than 20
Versailles.
years in the making, this extension was among Louis's first royal projects. It's still unfinished, but it already outshines every royal estate, past and future.
Yeah,
Its
it
grounds
seems
could
kind of
fit more than
unfinished.
40,000 tennis courts. And it isn't just a palace, but a trap wrapped in gold.
As always. So I don't blame him. I'd
Family
feel
and servants,
felt it.
some 5,000 nobles from every corner of France live here. Far from home, they have no power, and that only makes Louis stronger. In return, he gives them glittering titles, tax breaks, and the illusion that they matter. Nearly 1/5 of the nation's government spending flows into Versailles to keep the king's friends close and enemies closer. He starts the day with breakfast and a bowel movement. Doctors inspect the royal poop while he heads to mass. Drums and fifes mark his entrance as the choir starts to sing. The music changes daily, a personal playlist composed just for him.
You got that
God may
Spotify.
reside in heaven, but here Louis is his lieutenant. And duty calls. By 11, he's back in his quarters buried in letters, finance and strategy with his ministers. The kingdom flows through his hands. The Sun King knows the status of every fortress and troop, and not just because he has to. He loves war. It's his favorite kind of glory. The goal is unapologetic. French territory everywhere, with his colonies stretching across the globe. Just like Kangxi, the Qing emperor, Louis is obsessed with grandeur. Yesterday, a ship of Chinese porcelain arrived, so he sends back a cannon. The afternoon continues with more diplomacy. Siamese envoys who've traveled for 2 years finally show up. Their jaws drop as the king greets them, draped in a coat completely encrusted in diamonds.
Your boy likes
He
to
showers
sparkle.
them with gifts worth around $2 million today, a small price
Flamboyant
for the
peacock.
publicity this spectacle will bring. All that work has Louis starving. His orchestra performs as hundreds of eyes track each bite of his royal mukbang. He couldn't care less about cutlery and loves devouring food with his bare hands. And his appetite is perfectly matched by tonight's obscene menu. Soups and pigeons in gold-crusted pies, towers of chicken fricassee, partridges, tarts drenched in syrup. The smell of perfume, candle wax, butter and wine give the palace a heady aroma. But the real intoxication is not food, it's extravaganza. Tonight, 24,000 candles set the gardens ablaze. Rockets trace the king's initials in fire across the sky.
Wow.
Courtiers brag about partying through the night and sleeping through the day for weeks, lost in powdered wigs and champagne laughter. Louis's ego thrives on this indulgent chaos. But outside all the glitter and glam, the world looks quite different. Beyond the golden walls. Beyond Versailles, Europe is a giant strategy game of paranoid kings. France, the most populous kingdom, is levelling up fast. This is freaking out Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, England and the Dutch, who all team up to stop Louis XIV from eating the map. His ambition is to expand his realm to the natural borders of France, the Rhine, the Alps, the Pyrenees. He commissions over 100 star-shaped fortresses and strengthens the old ones, wrapping France in defences with 400,000 soldiers and 13,000 cannons standing ready. Louis delights in joining his army on the battlefield. During his 72-year reign, he'll engage in 5 major
Bro's
wars.
gonna wear his red bottom heels to the fucking Alps. You're not even gonna, you're just gonna look at them from a distance, bro. Seems like too much work.
Both on land and at sea. Genoa, one of the wealthiest ports in Italy, becomes the first European city to face the terror of his bomb catcher's explosive shells. A 10-day bombardment destroys half of the city. The message is clear: resist French annexation and fire will rain from the sky. Each conflict reshapes the map of Europe, absorbing Belgium, Lorraine, Alsace and Strasbourg into France. The price of glory is brutal. Even when the cannons fall silent, the army eats more than half the kingdom's money. In wartime, the treasury bleeds dry and peasants are squeezed with taxes until their pockets are empty. The people grow angry, riots erupt, and the king answers with military crackdowns. To bolster his image, he funds newspapers that inflate his victories and downplay domestic problems. He orders the construction of hospitals in Paris to care for wounded soldiers and the poor who crowd the streets. But the hospitals are filthy, designed less to heal than to confine. Instead of curing, 17th century medicine is mostly just lessons in bearing pain. And the Sun King will face that himself. His glory doesn't just demand tribute from his people, it's about to turn on him as well. The body becomes a battleground. Before we close in on the Sun King, let's zoom out for a moment. Absolute rulers know that knowledge is power, and then, just like now, this includes getting the full picture. This is why we've been advised to rely on fight and convincing knows death. It's glamorous and absolutely exhausting. But he knows that weakness is dangerous and the court can never see him crack. So he hides sleepless nights and smiles through fevers and joint pains. As he nears 50, his body slows and stiffens. Decades of gluttony and extravagance begin to take their toll.
Oh no.
His frame grows rounder
Oh, no.
and he's increasingly suffering from toothaches. With no anesthesia and only the dentist holding his head still, the teeth are wrenched and pulled. One of the roots snaps and Louis can hear the bone crack as his mouth fills with blood. At night, he tries to dull the pain with wine, but as he chugs, it shoots up through his nostrils. The dental work has opened a tunnel from the king's upper jaw to his nose. In a few days, his mouth starts tasting of rot, his breath reeks, and people flinch when he speaks. The doctors try to burn this hole shut, leaving Louis unable to eat for days. And this nightmare was just a dress rehearsal for the century's most infamous surgery. Months later, he develops a truly royal agony, a swollen lump near his anus. The doctors try piercing it, burning it, injecting mysterious potions. Nothing works, and soon an open sore develops.
Yeah, we're like in Game
The
of Thrones
last option
territory.
is surgery. The problem is that his chief surgeon has never performed anything like this before. Surgery at this time is just glorified butchery. Amputations and haircuts, both done by barbers. So, the surgeon needs guinea pigs.
No!
He practices on condemned prisoners, perfecting both his courage and his cuts. Finally, it's the Sun King's turn. As the blade slices into the infected flesh, the king clasps the hand of his war minister and whispers, "Mon Dieu," only twice. 3 hours later, it's over. And though the operation was done in secret, a new fashion sweeps the court. Bandages wrapped around everyone's buttocks. Louis smiles, but he knows deep down he survived not thanks to his doctors, but despite them. The Age of Gory. The 17th century is Europe's medical twilight zone, and probably the worst time to get sick. Doctors will blame everything on your blood. So, for 1,000 years, the go-to cure has been to cut a vein and let the sickness flow out. Bleed between the eyebrows for headaches, cut under the tongue for a sore throat, and if a woman's periods are irregular, well, better get out the knife again.
Oh, God.
By the mid-1600s, blood circulation is discovered, and the invention of the microscope unveils a hidden universe of microorganisms, pulling medicine out of the Dark Ages. But this progress doesn't help sick people much. Doctors still use ancient treatments that can kill you faster than smallpox. Ironically, no one suffers more from outdated medicine than the most powerful man in the kingdom. By the turn of the century, the Sun King is in his early 60s, a miraculous age most people never make it to. He launches his longest and most expensive war for the Spanish throne, but gout, arthritis, and rheumatism keep him off the battlefield. Now, his main enemy is himself. The doctors do their usual bleedings and colonic cleanses, but nothing helps. With all his teeth gone, royal feasts are just a memory. All he wants now is to secure his dynasty, but a wave of measles tears through the royal family, killing his son, his grandson, and almost every other heir to his throne.
This timeline.
They all receive the same treatment of bloodletting and laxatives. Still, death claims everyone around Louis. He is somehow spared, but not forever. The final performance. It begins with a chill running through his bones on a summer day when everyone else complains about the heat. With a sharp pain in his left leg, a black spot begins to bloom on the skin. It's gangrene, his flesh starving for blood. The rot crawls upwards, his flesh consuming itself and turning black. The sickly stench overpowers the incense in his bedroom. The blood the doctors draw is thick and dark. Even donkey milk, praised for its healing powers, doesn't help. The nights drag on, and nothing quenches his terrible thirst. He tries to keep working, but ministers can see death in his eyes. He faces it the way he faced everything else, as theatre. He summons his 5-year-old great-grandson, the future Louis XV, and tells him, "Try to remain at peace with your neighbours. I loved war too much. Do not follow me in that." Over the next few days, he says farewells to ministers, courtiers, and princes. "I am leaving, but the state will always remain," he says, before he goes out like a candle. The afterglow. The last few decades of Louis XIV's life were a complete medical nightmare.
I guess so.
But still, for 72 years, longer than any other ruler, he embodied the idea that one man could be the state. But the system he built was too costly and way too dependent on one megalomaniac trapped in a body with limits. Once reliable like clockwork and the source of his power, his robust physique started to fail. While he endured the brutal medical treatments of the time, the perfect image he demanded of himself began to fall apart until the Sun King was only a suffering, toothless man. But the dream of Versailles refuses to end. Frederick the Great of Prussia and Ludwig II of Bavaria went full fanboys, building their own glittering replicas of this fantasy. Even today, some leaders chase that same mix of ambition and ego, surrounding themselves with gold and spectacle to prove they're godlike. Their palaces are the afterglow of a desire for absolute power, but their human bodies still mark the limit of their influence.
Disgusting. I'm glad I'm not born in his timeline. Like that's like everyone's comments too. So grateful to live in times where medicine is advanced. Can hardly express how grateful I am to be alive in a time where anesthesia is a thing. Everyone's just like, thank God, and not me. I don't want any donkey milk. Gosh, it's so gross. All right. Well, I think I'm going to go to bed. I've had enough internet for today. I will see you tomorrow. I don't know if that's a particularly good thing to end on, so I'm going to go probably watch Pokemon to try to not have nightmares of rotting flesh and cutting my asshole open with knives. All right. I will see you tomorrow. Farewell.